Hello. दे चेक हेलो बड़ा बड़ा हेलो चेक 1 2 3 हेलो माइक चेक हेलो चेक 1 2 3 हेलो चेक हेलो
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly take your seats. As I see from here, it's a packed house. So for the benefit of the seated audience, the ones who have not got your seats, kindly take the sides of the aisle. That will help everybody get a good view. For our distinguished foreign delegates, for the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji's speech in Hindi, the Hindi to English translation will be available on channel 2. For all our guests who have not got a seat for themselves, could you please move out to the left side, to my left and your right, and the seats are available in hall number 5 for you. You will be ushered to the second floor once you move out of the gate. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sizable media representation with us today, and to take the message of the proceedings across through the media, we have got a corner for them. If any one of you are occupying the media chairs, may I request you to kindly give it to the media personnel. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Defence Minister of India has arrived at the venue. He is reviewing the projects that have been displayed on the first floor, and he would be joining the proceedings of the day shortly. May I request those who haven't got seats to kindly move to either sides of the aisle for better viewing for the rest of the participants who are seated. Delegates.
Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Defense Minister has reviewed the projects which are on display and he's been briefed, and he would be joining us in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji. Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri Shri Ajay Bhatt Ji, Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar, Chief of Army Staff General Manoj Pandey, Defense Secretary Dr. Ajay Kumar, Secretary Department of Defense R&D and Chairman DRDO Dr. G. Satish Reddy, Vice Chief of Air Staff Air Marshal Sandeep Singh, Additional Secretary Defense Production Shri Sanjay Jaju, Excellencies and distinguished delegates from across the world, industry captains and members, officers of the Government of India, including from the Ministry of Defense, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good morning to you all. It is my proud privilege to host the proceedings for the first edition of AI DEF 2022, Artificial Intelligence in Defense, yet another path-breaking and landmark initiative of the Ministry of Defense. The Indian defense industry has been working tirelessly to give the Indian Armed Forces an indigenous technological edge, and the results of this toil, coupled with synergistic efforts and cooperation between government bodies, research organizations, academic institutions, startups, innovators, and industry, has led to the creation of many unique and advanced indigenous products. Technology not only empowers and strengthens our forces, but also strengthens our country's security. It presents India as a capable and responsible strategic partner in the newly shaping world order. From autonomy in weapon systems to critical maintenance through AI algorithms, improvement in logistic and data management to state-of-the-art automated counter-terrorism measures, AI offers a host of solutions for the Indian Armed Forces. Today's gathering is a celebration in line with our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and of India's prowess in the field of artificial intelligence in defense. AI DEF 2022 is all set to introduce India's defense preparedness with a focus on AI. May I request the Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji and distinguished dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the traditional lamp. As the lamp eradicates darkness, so is the influence of knowledge on the human race. And thus, the ceremony on stage of this forum couldn't be more relevant. Thank you, Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji and distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We pray that the audience with us today, both in person and through the digital medium from across the country and the world, will carry the flame of AI DEF to greater heights. May I now invite the Defense Secretary, Dr. Ajay Kumar, to convey the welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Is it okay if I speak in Hindi? माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, माननीय रक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री अजय भट्ट जी, चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ एडमिरल हरि कुमार जी, चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ श्री जनरल मनोज पांडे जी, वाइस चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ एयर मार्शल संदीप सिंह जी, सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस R&D एंड चेयरमैन DRDO Dr. Satish Reddy, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन श्री संजय जाजू, यहाँ पे उपस्थित सीनियर एम्बेसडर्स, सीनियर ऑफिसर्स, सर्विस ऑफिसर्स, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, स्टार्टअप्स और मेरे प्रिय कॉलेज से आए हुए छात्राएं जिन्होंने एआई डिफेंस हैकेथॉन में पिछले 2 हफ्तों में बहुत बड़ी संख्या में एआई में रुचि दिखाई है और उसमें भाग लिया है, उनमें से कुछ लोगों को हम लोग यहाँ पे आमंत्रित कर पाए हैं। सबसे पहले आप सभी लोगों का इस मंच पे स्वागत है। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से एक बहुत ही खुशी का दिन है, खुशी का अवसर है। मुझे याद आता है जब मैंने रक्षा मंत्रालय ज्वाइन किया था, उस समय स्वर्गीय जनरल बिपिन रावत जो चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ से, उनकी याद आती है। उनसे चर्चा हो रही थी और चूंकि मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और आईटी से आया था, तो उन्होंने मुझसे अनुरोध किया कि वो आर्मी के सभी जनरल्स के लिए एक एआई के ऊपर मैं उनको एक प्रेजेंटेशन करूं। यहाँ पे कुछ लोग शायद इसमें उपस्थित हों जो उस भाषण में थे, और उस भाषण के बाद ये तय किया गया कि हमें रक्षा के क्षेत्र में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की महत्व को सभी लोग समझते थे, उसको कैसे ही एक सुनियोजित तरीके से, तेजी से कैसे हम रक्षा के क्षेत्र में ला पाएं। उसी के बेसिस पे 2018 में मैं कृतज्ञ हूं श्री एन चंद्रशेखर, चेयरमैन टाटा सन्स का, जिनकी अध्यक्षता में एक टास्क फोर्स का रूपांतर हुआ और उन्होंने उनकी 3 महीने के अंदर कुछ रिकमेंडेशन सरकार को दी। उन रिकमेंडेशंस के बेसिस पे एक डिफेंस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस काउंसिल माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी की अध्यक्षता में बनी और सभी सर्विसेज, सभी डिफेंस पीएसयूज, डीआरडीओ और इंडस्ट्रीज को मिलकर कैसे काम करना है इस क्षेत्र में तय किया गया। पिछले 3 साल या उससे भी कम में मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इन सभी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने, हमने स्टार्टअप्स को और इंडस्ट्री को इस क्षेत्र में पहले भी आगे काम करते देखा है, लेकिन आज बड़ा गर्व होता है देखते हुए कि हमारी सर्विसेज ने, हमारी डिफेंस पीएसयूज ने और डीआरडीओ तो पहले से भी इस क्षेत्र में काम कर रहा था, सबने मिलके बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से आज जो हम 75 प्रोडक्ट्स का लॉन्च कर रहे हैं उनको तैयार किया है। मैं ये बात और कहना चाहूंगा कि ये डिफेंस पीएसयूज ने जो काम किया है, ये शायद पहली बार है कि वो प्रोएक्टिव ढंग से सर्विसेज के ऑर्डर की प्रतीक्षा किए बगैर उन्होंने ये काम शुरू किया है और उसके अंजाम आज हम सबके सामने हैं कि लगभग 50 से ज्यादा प्रोडक्ट्स डिफेंस पीएसयूज ने पिछले 3 सालों में अपने एक्सपेंडिचर पे खड़े किए हैं, जिनकी सर्विसेज भी जिनकी आवश्यकता सर्विसेज को भी है और उनकी बाहर कमर्शियल मार्केट में भी बहुत डिमांड हो सकती है। मैं इस अवसर पे इस प्रयत्न के पीछे, इस मिशन के पीछे जो पिछले 3 साल में सभी ने मिलकर किया है, इसके सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को, सर्विसेज को, डीआरडीओ को, डिफेंस पीएसयूज को, इंडस्ट्री को, स्टार्टअप्स को, सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और हम गर्व करते हैं, जो भारत की एक छवि है कि हम आईटी के क्षेत्र में दुनिया में एक लीडिंग देश हैं, उसी छवि को यथार्थ करते हुए आज हमारे रक्षा मंत्रालय की सभी प्रणालियों ने बहुत ही अच्छा शानदार प्रदर्शन किया है। मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा, आज हम 75 जो प्रोडक्ट्स लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, उसके अलावा भी बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स, 100 से ज्यादा प्रोडक्ट्स, और चूंकि रक्षा का क्षेत्र है, हर प्रोडक्ट के बारे में सार्वजनिक तौर पे बताया नहीं जा सकता है, लेकिन बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स, हम 100 से ज़्यादा और प्रोडक्ट्स पे काम चल रहा है और वो विभिन्न लेवल्स के प्रोग्रेस पे है। कहने का अर्थ ये है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हमारे रक्षा के क्षेत्र में लगातार आगे आगे बढ़ता जा रहा है। इस सब काम के लिए मैं सबसे पहले धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी का, श्री राजनाथ सिंह सर का, जिनके मार्गनिर्देशन में, प्रोत्साहन के द्वारा ही ये संभव हो सका है कि हम लोगों ने इस छोटे काल में इतनी प्रगति की है। इस मंच पे जब हम लोगों ने इस प्रोग्राम की रचना की थी, उन्होंने सहर्ष इस प्रोग्राम में पार्ट लेने के लिए अपनी स्वीकृति दी, अपनी सम्मति दी, और आज मुझे बहुत गर्व है, बहुत खुशी है कि आज वो हमारे साथ हैं। इस मंच पे मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूं। उसी के साथ साथ मैं रक्षा राज्य मंत्री सर का, जिन्होंने हमारे सभी कार्यों में हमारी बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोत्साहन किया है, उत्साह बढ़ाया है, हमेशा हमारे साथ रहे हैं, वो भी हमारे साथ सम्मिलित हैं, उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। सर्विस चीफ्स, सेक्रेटरी DRDO और यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी सीनियर ऑफिसर्स, एम्बेसडर्स, डिप्लोमैट्स और बाकी सभी लोगों का एक बार फिर स्वागत करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for a comprehensive capture and captivating welcome address. I would like to report to the dignitaries on the dais that not only is the hall packed and people are standing, but we also had to put the spillover of the audience into hall number 5, which is also packed, sir. So everybody is eager to witness the proceedings. We would now like to showcase a short film capturing the essence of AiDef 2022 with a glimpse into India's AI preparedness in defense.
Warfare has evolved over the millennium. With time, weaponry has become more sophisticated. Strategies have become more focused. Armies have grown in number. And in the 21st century, the biggest advantage lies in the hands of those that master artificial intelligence. In the 1950s, it was speculated that machines that could think could be created. The use of computers became popular and research began into programming computers to think. Access to big data caused a paradigm shift with cheaper and faster computers and advanced machine learning techniques. The first gaming device to track human body movement using a 3D camera and infrared detection was developed, which proved useful for several applications. Deep learning helped create state-of-the-art deep neural network architectures. In 2018, a task force was set up for strategic implementation of AI within Indian defense. The configuration of AI into India's defense strategy, building of extensive AI infrastructure, and the leveraging of data and data governance. This led to the setting up of Defense AI Council and Defense AI Project Agency.
We want India to become a global hub for AI.
Today, we have several state-of-the-art AI projects created by India for India. Speech, voice analysis systems using natural language processing. Command, control, communications, computer and intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance system. perimeter security systems, operational data analytics, manufacturing and maintenance, human behavioral analysis, logistics and supply chain management. Simulator test equipment, intelligent monitoring systems, AI platform automation, process flow automation for large systems, autonomous unmanned robotic system, lethal autonomous weapon systems, India's brightest minds are working with cutting-edge technology to create a safe and secure future with calculated predictions, autonomous monitoring, and intelligent solutions. India is augmented. India is future focused. India is AI ready. 75 state-of-the-art AI projects. After 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
India's AI defense chapter has been captured in a book that showcases 75 stellar projects developed indigenously corresponding with the grand celebration of 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. May I request the Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, to launch the book. This launch also marks the launch of the e-book. May I request the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji to launch the e-book. Secretary, Defense Industries Production, Department of Defense Production, to take forward the proceedings of launching AI products and the Raksha Niryat Ratna Awards 2021-22.
माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा राज्य मंत्री जी, डायस पे बैठे सभी गणमान्य अतिथि और हॉल में उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण, आज सबसे पहले हम 3 मार्केटेबल प्रोडक्ट का लॉन्च करेंगे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री के हाथों से। सबसे पहले मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूंगा सीएमडी बेल और उनकी टीम को, जो एआई बेस्ड वॉइस एनालिसिस सिस्टम के लिए आएंगे। उसको लॉन्च रक्षा मंत्री जी के कर कमलों से होगा। सर यही हो जाएगा। Sir, Bharat Electronics Limited has developed a state-of-art artificial intelligence-enabled voice analysis system that takes voice intercepts of various languages and analyzes them within no time. Next,
Bharat Electronics offers IVAS, an artificial intelligence-enabled voice analysis system. The key features are noise removal and voice activity detection, speaker identification, language identification, voice transcription, language translation, gender identification, keyword spotting, continuous speech conversion, speech enhancement, dialect identification, speaker diarization. The system can help communicate intelligence agencies for analyzing intercept data. BEL, striving to make better products for our nation's security, employing state-of-the-art artificial intelligence techniques.
Next, GRA BEML, Team BEML, Bharat Earth Movers Limited. They have developed driver fatigue monitoring system. This system minimizes risk of accidents due to driver fatigue and distraction. It maximizes safety, which in turn protects human life and investment by data analysis powered by AI, deep neural network algorithms.
AI-based driver fatigue monitoring system, jointly developed by BEML and Outdo Media Tech Private Limited, Bangalore. Key features: non-contact infrared camera, face recognition detects faces in the camera's field, alerts generated. Analysis powered by AI, deep neural network algorithms, neural networks trained using customized data sets plus data collected from the field.
Next, GRAC, Garden Reach Shipbuilders. GRAC in the past 6 decades has delivered 107 warships, from frigates to corvettes, fleet tankers, LSTs to FACs, etc. In its journey towards digitization, strengthening operations and building efficiency, GRAC team in collaboration with IIT Kharagpur has developed an AI-enabled non-destructive testing system to replace manual inspection, thus reducing human dependency, time of evaluation, and inconsistency. It has enhanced efficiency, objectivity, and uniformity. It is AI-enabled NDT product launch. Now I would like to invite our exporters, top exporters. Indomim and Bharat Electronics Limited may come near the stage. First of all, I would like to invite CMD Bell. Sir, ये हम लोग के सर 2021-22 के टॉप एक्सपोर्टर्स हैं, जिनको रक्षा मंत्री द्वारा पुरस्कृत किया जा रहा है। इनका जो है DPSU कैटेगरी में 2000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का एक्सपोर्ट हुआ है इस साल। इसमें एक सर्टिफिकेट और एक मेमेंटो पुरस्कार के रूप में दिया जा रहा है। CMD मिसेज आनंदी रामालिंगम और उनकी टीम ये अवार्ड रिसीव कर रहे हैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री के कर कमलों द्वारा। रक्षा निर्यात रत्न, इस अवार्ड का नाम है रक्षा निर्यात रत्न। इनको प्राइवेट कैटेगरी में अवार्ड मिला है रक्षा निर्यात में। स्टूडेंट्स को दिए जा रहे हैं, चूंकि इस समय टाइम की थोड़ी सी कमी है तो वो रक्षा मंत्री द्वारा दिए गए हैं, जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छे AI कंसेप्ट दिए गए हैं। इसका एक हम लोगों ने प्रतियोगिता की थी पिछले 1 मंथ में और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे कंसेप्ट दिए हैं। उनके नाम मैं यहां पढ़ देता हूं। मिस्टर ग्लेन हरमन, मिस नीजा सुजाता, मिस्टर वेंकटेश, इनको अवार्ड बाद में दिए जाएंगे। मैं उन स्टूडेंट्स को आमंत्रित करता हूं। सबसे पहले ग्लेन हरमन प्लीज। इनको रक्षा मंत्री द्वारा पुरस्कृत किया जा रहा है। इनके कंसेप्ट्स जो इन्होंने AI के क्षेत्र में दिए हैं, प्लीज गिव देम ए बिग क्लैप। इट इज encouragement to the student community to come in AI field. Next, Miss Niza Sujata, Sastra University, Trichy. Next, Mr. Venkatesh, Shastra University, Trichy, Tamil Nadu. धन्यवाद मंत्री जी, धन्यवाद सर।
Many congratulations to the winners, ladies and gentlemen. It is now my privilege to invite the Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, to address the first ever edition of AI DEF 2022.
My all foreign delegates are well equipped with the translation device. हमारे रक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री अजय जी भट्ट, चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ एडमिरल आर हरि कुमार, चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ जनरल मनोज जी पांडे, डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी एंड सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन डॉक्टर अजय कुमार, डॉक्टर जी सतीश रेड्डी, सेक्रेटरी DRDO, एयर मार्शल संदीप सिंह, वाइस चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ श्री संजय याजू, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस के सभी ऑफिशियल्स, डिप्लोमेट्स फ्रॉम अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और बडिंग एकेडमिशियंस, डेलीगेट्स फ्रॉम अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, मेरे मीडिया के मित्रगण, देवियों व सज्जनों, आज ये डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री द्वारा आयोजित आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस डिफेंस इस इवेंट में मैं आप सभी के बीच यहां उपस्थित हूं। डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी ने आप सबका स्वागत किया है, लेकिन यहां पर बहुत सारे ऐसे टैलेंटेड लोग जिन्होंने कि ऐसा करिश्मेटिक काम किया है कि मुझे लगता है कि मेरे द्वारा भी इनका स्वागत किया जाना चाहिए। इसलिए मैं अपनी तरफ से भी आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। अभी अभी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर आधारित कई सिस्टम्स और इक्विपमेंट्स की एग्जीबिशन मैंने देखी है इस डायस पर आने के पहले। मैं आश्वस्त हूं कि हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस, DRDO, DPSUs, इंडस्ट्रीज और स्टार्टअप्स फ्यूचरिस्टिक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में बहुत ही शानदार काम कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए मैं आप सभी को अपनी ओर से पुनः हार्दिक बधाई देना चाहता हूं और साथ ही साथ भविष्य के लिए आप सबको अपनी हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। वैसे तो आर्टिफिशियल वर्ल्ड को बहुत अच्छी नजर से नहीं देखा जाता। आर्टिफिशियल फ्लावर्स, आर्टिफिशियल फ्लेवर्स या फिर लोगों के आर्टिफिशियल नेचर, आज के बारे में बातें होती रहती हैं। प्रायः बातें होती हैं कि आर्टिफिशियल चीजें दिखावटी और निरर्थक होती हैं। यह दूसरी बात है कि इसके बावजूद इंसान अपने आप को इनसे अलग नहीं रख पाता है। कहने का अर्थ, रियल और नेचुरल चीजों के सामने आर्टिफिशियल चीजों की अहमियत नहीं दी जाती है, या दी भी जाती है तो बहुत ही कम दी जाती है। पर वास्तव में हम देखें तो आर्टिफिशियल वस्तुओं के निर्माण की क्षमता इंडियन सिविलाइजेशन के विकास का एक प्रमुख कारण भी रही है। प्रारंभ में मनुष्य ने कृषि के लिए यंत्रों का विकास किया जो कि आर्टिफिशियल था। परिवहन के लिए जो व्हील्स होती हैं, पहिए, इनका विकास किया, वह भी आर्टिफिशियल था। इस प्रकार की कई इन्वेंशंस हुए। इसी प्रकार से अनेक प्रकार की दवाएं हैं, कार है, हवाई जहाज है और इसी तरह की बहुत सारे अन्य मशीनें भी हैं जिन्होंने सभ्यता को आगे बढ़ाने में मदद की, और सारी की सारी लगभग आर्टिफिशियल ही हैं। पहले मानव ने अपने इंटेलिजेंस से सिंपल आर्टिफिशियल गुड्स का विकास किया और अब मानव इस स्तर पर पहुंच गया है कि वह आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के विकास की ओर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का डेवलपमेंट मैं समझता हूं सभ्यता के विकास में एक महत्वपूर्ण यह पड़ाव है। साथियों, अरेबियन नाइट्स के किस्सों में हमने फ्लाइंग कारपेट के बारे में सुना है जो मन के इशारों से उड़ती थीं। ग्रीक कथाओं में टैलोस के बारे में भी हमने सुना है जो ब्रॉन्ज का बना वॉरियर था और खुद की समझबूझ से, बहादुरी से वह युद्ध भी करता था। पर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की प्रगति को देखते हुए यह कहा जा सकता है कि वह दिन दूर नहीं जब ऐसी कल्पनाएं हमारे सामने साकार रूप से उपस्थित रहेंगे। साथियों, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का विकास करके मानव ने फिर यह साबित कर दिया है कि वह सृष्टि के बाकी क्रीचर्स यानी प्राणियों से वह श्रेष्ठ है। अब तक ज्ञात इतिहास में देखा गया है कि बाकी जीव जंतु नेचर द्वारा दिए गए मस्तिष्क और गुणों का श्रेष्ठ उपयोग करने में भले सक्षम हों, पर उन गुणों के आधार पर न्यू कैपेबिलिटीज को क्रिएट करने में वह सक्षम नहीं है। पर मानव ने अपने विकास के क्रम में यह शक्ति अर्जित की है कि वह संचित ज्ञान को यूज करके न्यू कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप या क्रिएट करने में सक्षम होता है। वह नई चीजें सोच भी सकता है, उसे अभिव्यक्त भी कर सकता है और अपनी अभिव्यक्ति को सहेज कर रखने के लिए तमाम यंत्रों का वह आविष्कार भी कर सकता है। और अब तो इंसान एक कदम और आगे बढ़ गया है। अब वह केवल नॉलेज के क्रिएशन या रिप्रोडक्शन ही नहीं, बल्कि नॉलेज को क्रिएट करने वाले ब्रेन और इंटेलिजेंस को क्रिएट करने की दिशा में बहुत ही आगे बढ़ चुका है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का विकास इसका एक बड़ा प्रमाण है और मानवता के विकास की दिशा में यह निश्चित ही एक बड़ा, और केवल बड़ा ही नहीं मानता बल्कि मैं एक क्रांतिकारी कदम मानता हूं। साथियों, इस एग्जीबिशन को मैं ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की ताकत के महत्वपूर्ण कॉम्बिनेशन के तौर पर देखता हूं। और यहां मुझे मोरबैक्स पैराडॉक्स याद आ रहा है, जिसके अनुसार जो काम या जो कैलकुलेशन मानव के लिए अत्यंत कठिन होती हैं, वह आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के माध्यम से अत्यंत सरल हो जाती हैं। पर जो काम मानव के लिए अत्यंत सहज और सरल होता है, वह आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के लिए अत्यंत कठिन होता है। जैसे बड़ी सी बड़ी मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन करना, जो मानव के लिए कठिन कार्य है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के लिए यह चुटकियों का काम है। पर एक छोटे बच्चे की चेतना और संवेदना उसमें नहीं आ सकती है, या फिर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एनेबल्ड इक्विपमेंट के लिए एक बच्चे की तरह उछल कूद कर सीढ़ियां चढ़ने का कार्य भी यह अत्यंत दुरूह है, कठिन है। यानी मानव के पास चेतना, संवेदना यह है, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में बड़े से बड़े मैथमेटिकल, लॉजिकल और एनालिटिकल टास्क पूरे करने की कैपेसिटी है। इन सब का जिक्र मैं यहां क्यों कर रहा हूं? कहना मैं यह चाहता हूं कि मानव की चेतना और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की क्षमता दोनों मिलकर ऐसा रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं जो अब तक सोचा भी नहीं गया है, और यह कॉम्बिनेशन डिफेंस सेक्टर में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन ला सकता है। हमें इस पर सोचने और काम करने की भी जरूरत है। साथियों, आज शायद ही कोई ऐसा क्षेत्र हो जहां पर कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की भूमिका न हो, शायद ही ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र हो। मेडिकल सेक्टर में देखें तो आज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का इस्तेमाल कॉम्प्लेक्स मेडिकल और हेल्थ केयर डाटा के एनालिसिस और प्रेजेंटेशन में बखूबी किया जा रहा है। नई नई मेडिसिन और डिस्कवर करने के लिए रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का उपयोग हो रहा है। एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में भी यदि देखें तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम ओवरऑल हार्वेस्ट क्वालिटी इंप्रूव करने में सहायक हो रहे हैं, जिसे प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर के नाम से जाना जाता है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी फार्म्स में, प्लांट्स में डिजीज, पेस्ट और पुअर न्यूट्रिशन डिटेक्ट करने में भी सहायक हो रही है। इसी तरह ट्रेड, कॉमर्स, ट्रांसपोर्ट और अन्य अनेक क्षेत्रों में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस अपनी बहुत ही अहम भूमिका निभा रहा है। मुझे बताया गया है कि लंदन के एक चर्च और जापान के क्योटो में स्थित कोदाइजी टेम्पल में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इनेबल्ड रोबोट्स लोगों को धर्म का पाठ पढ़ा रहे हैं। ऐसे में हमारा डिफेंस सेक्टर भी इससे अछूता कैसे रह सकता है? साथियों, रक्षा क्षेत्र में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के आगमन से बड़े बदलाव हो रहे हैं। अब तक जहां युद्धों में मानव की पूरी भागीदारी होती रही है, वहीं आर्टिफिशियल एप्लीकेशन की सहायता से ऐसे नए ऑटोनमस वेपन्स और सिस्टम्स का विकास हो चुका है जो ह्यूमन कंट्रोल के बिना भी अपना लक्ष्य भेदने में और दुश्मन के इस्टेब्लिशमेंट्स को नष्ट करने में पूरी तरह से सक्षम है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एनेबल्ड मिलिट्री डिवाइसेस बड़ी मात्रा में डाटा को इफिशिएंटली संभालने में भी सक्षम है। ट्रेनिंग और सिमुलेशन को भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के प्रयोग से बेहतर बनाया जा रहा है, जो सोल्जर्स की ट्रेनिंग में बहुत ही सहायक भी सिद्ध हो रहा है। आने वाले समय में ऑगमेंटेड और वर्चुअल रियलिटी टेक्नोलॉजीज का प्रयोग भी इफेक्टिव तरीके से किया जा सकेगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। साथियों, मुझे यह देखकर बेहद खुशी हुई है कि हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस, डीआरडीओ, डीपीएसओस और इंडस्ट्रीज डिफेंस सेक्टर में फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी के डेवलपमेंट के लिए अनेक प्रकार के कदम उठा रहे हैं। और पिछले कुछ वर्षों के दौरान भारत सरकार ने सोशल वेलफेयर और नेशनल सिक्योरिटी में सहायक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एनेबल्ड और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस लेड एप्लीकेशन पर गंभीरता से ध्यान दिया भी है। इस दिशा में रक्षा मंत्रालय के डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन ने वर्ष 2018 में नेशनल सिक्योरिटी और डिफेंस के लिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के एप्लीकेशन की स्टडी के लिए एक टास्क फोर्स गठन करने जैसी महत्वपूर्ण एक पहल की थी। और मुझे कहते हुए खुशी होती है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को डिफेंस सेक्टर का इंटीग्रल पार्ट बनाने के लिए हमने टास्क फोर्स के सजेशंस को भली बात इंप्लीमेंट भी किया है। इसी क्रम में डिफेंस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस काउंसिल और डिफेंस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस प्रोजेक्ट एजेंसी का गठन भी किया गया है। आज जब हमारी सर्विसेज फ्यूचर वॉरफेयर की रूपरेखा पर विचार कर रही हैं, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका को ध्यान में रखते हुए वेपन्स और अदर सिस्टम्स का भी विकास किया जा रहा है। सर्विसेज में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एप्लीकेशंस को तेजी से बढ़ावा देने के लिए इंडस्ट्री के साथ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कोलैबोरेशन पर कई मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग साइन किए गए हैं। रक्षा मंत्रालय के महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव आईडेफ के अंतर्गत भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से लेकर कई चैलेंजेस दिए जा चुके हैं। इसमें कुछ की मैं यहाँ चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। रेडियो फ्रिक्वेंसी स्पेक्ट्रम मैनेजमेंट, नंबर 2 अंडर वाटर डोमेन अवेयरनेस, नंबर 3 सैटेलाइट इमेज एनालिसिस और नंबर 4 फ्रेंड और फो आइडेंटिफिकेशन सिस्टम से जुड़े चैलेंजेस ये प्रमुख हैं। इसके अलावा साथियों हम देखें तो कटिंग एज आर्टिफिशियल टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च के लिए हमारी एकेडमिया को विभिन्न एमओडी रिसर्च बोर्ड्स, डीआरडीओ और डीपीएसयू द्वारा सपोर्ट भी किया जा रहा है। डीआरडीओ द्वारा टेक्नोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट फंड प्रोजेक्ट्स और डेयर टू ड्रीम इस कंटेस्ट के माध्यम से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में प्रगति के यानी प्रोग्रेस के प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। इसलिए देश भर में अनेक डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री एकेडमिया सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस स्थापित किया है, जिसमें से कई सेंटर्स के चार्टर में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस प्रमुखता से शामिल है। इसी तरह के अनेक प्रयास मंत्रालय द्वारा किए जा रहे हैं जो कि डिफेंस सेक्टर में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एप्लीकेशंस को बढ़ावा देने के लिए आवश्यक हैं। साथियों, हमारे यहां रिमोट पायलटेड अनमैन्ड एरियल व्हीकल आदि में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एप्लीकेशंस के इनकॉर्पोरेशन की शुरुआत भी की जा चुकी है और हमें इस दिशा में और आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है, जिससे हम ऑटोनोमस वेपन सिस्टम्स को डेवलप कर सकें। और मैं समझता हूं हमारे डिफेंस सेक्टर में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और बिग डाटा एनालिटिक्स जैसे टेक्नोलॉजीज का टाइमली इन्फ्यूजन ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, ताकि हम टेक्नोलॉजिकल कर्व के कहीं पीछे न रह जाएं और सर्विसेज के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का अधिक से अधिक लाभ उठाने में हम सक्षम हों। साथियों, आज यहां पर पब्लिक सेक्टर के साथ इंडस्ट्री, स्टार्टअप्स आदि के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स एक साथ यहां पर मौजूद हैं। मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह है कि आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में पूर्ण आत्मनिर्भरता के बारे में आप सोचें, फर्म कन्विक्शन के साथ सोचें। मैं आप सबसे अपील करना चाहता हूं। मुझे यहां रशिया के प्रेसिडेंट श्री व्लादिमीर पुतिन का एक कथन यहां पर याद आता है, जो उन्होंने कुछ समय पहले कहा था। आप सभी जानते हैं कि रूस एक टेक्नोलॉजिकली एडवांस कंट्री है और साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में लगातार आगे बढ़ा है। ऐसे में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में वहां के प्रेसिडेंट का कुछ कहना यह मैं एक महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूं। उन्होंने जो कहा था उसकी मैं यहां पर चर्चा करना चाहता हूं। Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere, whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world। और जिस तरह आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में संभावनाएं दिख रही हैं, इस बात से इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता। लेकिन यह भी मैं कहना चाहूंगा, भारत दुनिया का रूलर नहीं बनना चाहता है। भारत ने तो सदैव वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का संदेश दिया है, द होल वर्ल्ड इज ए फैमिली। यह मैसेज भारत ने दिया है, हम इसमें यकीन रखते हैं और पूरी दुनिया को अपना परिवार भारत मानता है और दुनिया पर राज करने की हमारी कभी भी मंशा नहीं रही है। पर कोई और देश आकर भारत पर राज करने की न सोचने लगे, इसके लिए हमें अपनी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी की कैपेसिटी डेवलप करनी ही पड़ेगी। इसलिए आप सभी से मैं अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं कि आप सभी इस दिशा में रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट की ओर आगे बढ़ें। साथियों, हमें अपने वर्तमान के साथ साथ भविष्य को देखने की जरूरत है। जैसा कि मैंने अभी कहा, रक्षा मंत्रालय हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के विजन मेकिंग इंडिया ए ग्लोबल हब फॉर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को साकार करने के लिए अनेक कदम उठा रहा है और हमारी सर्विसेज, डीआरडीओ, डीपीएसयूज, स्टार्टअप्स और इंडस्ट्री आदि डिफेंस के लिए इनोवेटिव और इंडिजिनस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सॉल्यूशन प्राप्त करने की सार्थक प्रयास कर रही हैं और मेरा विश्वास है कि हम इसी तरह आगे बढ़ते रहें तो निश्चित ही आने वाले समय में हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में दुनिया के अग्रणी देशों में से एक होंगे। और मैं तो वह स्वप्न देख रहा हूं ताकि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में भारत जल्द से जल्द दुनिया का सबसे अग्रणी देश बन जाए, मैं वह स्वप्न देख रहा हूं। और हमारा देश इनोवेटिव माइंड, साइंटिफिक एंड टेक्नोलॉजिकल ट्रेनिंग और इन सबसे ऊपर नेशन बिल्डिंग में योगदान देने की इच्छा रखने वाले युवाओं से भरा हुआ है। ऐसे में यह बड़ी बात नहीं होगी कि आने वाले समय में हम अपने राष्ट्र के साथ साथ दुनिया की टेक्नोलॉजिकल नीड्स को पूरा करने की ओर अग्रसर हों। हालांकि डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री के जितने ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का मैंडेट फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजीज डेवलप करना है, पर इसका स्पिन ऑफ बेनिफिट सिविलियन सेक्टर को भी मिल सकेगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। और साथियों, आज जब विज्ञान की इस महान शाखा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं तो हमें कुछ खास जिम्मेदारियों को भी ध्यान में रखना ही होगा। हमें ध्यान रखना होगा कि मानवता के प्रति, ह्यूमैनिटी के प्रति हमारा ऐतिहासिक दृष्टिकोण रहा है, एक हिस्टोरिकल विजन है हमारा, और हमारे देश का योगदान क्या रहा है, इस बात की भी हमको जानकारी होनी चाहिए। इस देश ने हमेशा दुनिया को शांति का पाठ पढ़ाया है और आज के समय में यह पाठ और अधिक रेलेवेंट होता जा रहा है। दुनिया में स्थितियां कैसी हैं उस पर अधिक बात करने की जरूरत नहीं है। एक ओर मानव विकास की नई नई ऊंचाइयां छू रहा है तो दूसरी ओर गरीबी, भूखमरी और विस्थापन से संबंधित समस्याएं भी बरकरार हैं। साथियों, आज वर्ल्ड बैंक, यूनाइटेड नेशंस और विश्व के अनेक ऐसी संस्थाएं और संगठन ह्यूमैनिटेरियन डिजास्टर्स को टैकल करने, फेमिन आदि नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स का पूर्वानुमान करने और मास माइग्रेशन के कारकों का पता लगाने के लिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एप्लीकेशन के इस्तेमाल की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ऐसे में हमें भी अपनी रक्षा और सुरक्षा के साथ साथ मानवता और विश्व शांति की दिशा में भी सोचने की जरूरत है। इसी तरह आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के इथिक्स, यहां मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा, इसी तरह आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के इथिक्स और इसके संभावित खतरों के बारे में भी प्रारंभिक अवस्था में भी हमें सोचने की जरूरत है। जब भी समाज में कोई नई टेक्नोलॉजी आती है तो सोसाइटी को उसके अनुसार अपने सोशल, पॉलिटिकल एवं इकोनॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर और इथिकल स्टैंडर्ड्स में बदलाव लाने में समय लगता है। उदाहरण के तौर पर देखें तो जब इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन आया तो आजीविका के लिए गांवों से बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का पलायन शहरों की तरफ हुआ। परिणाम यह हुआ कि लेबर का बड़े भयानक तरीके से एक्सप्लॉयटेशन भी शुरू हुआ। क्योंकि ट्रेडिशनल सोसाइटी में इस तरह की सिचुएशन हैंडल करने के लिए न ही कोई एथिक्स थे और न ही कोई रूल रेगुलेशन थे, ऐसे में नई परिस्थिति के अनुसार ढलने में दुनिया को एक लंबा वक्त लग गया। धीरे धीरे देशों में लेबर के हितों और अधिकारों को लेकर कानून बने, उनकी सेफ्टी, वेजेस या फिर संडे हॉलिडे आदि की व्यवस्थाएं भी हुई। इन सब में 100 से ज्यादा वर्ष लग गए। कहने का अर्थ, समाज में जब कोई नई टेक्नोलॉजी आती है तो उसके अनुरूप ढलने में समाज को वक्त लगता है और इस ट्रांजिशनल फेज में समाज में असहज स्थिति भी उत्पन्न होती है। और साथियों, आप लोगों को जानकारी होगी कि 19वीं सेंचुरी में जब नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी वाली मशीनें आई तो उनका जमकर विरोध भी हुआ था कई देशों में, और इसी दौरान लुडाइट मूवमेंट भी शुरू हुआ था जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी और मशीनों को लोगों की दुर्गति के कारण मानता था। इसे मानवता विरोधी माना गया और इसके विकास को अवरुद्ध लोग करना चाहते थे। यहां तक कि इस ग्रुप से जुड़े लोगों ने कई जगहों पर फैक्ट्रीज पर हमला करके मशीनों आदि को भी नष्ट कर दिया था। पर समाज में टेक्नोलॉजीज का आगमन घड़ी की उन सुइयों के समान है जो एक बार आगे बढ़ गई तो उनका वापस होना यह असंभव होता है। और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के संदर्भ में भी यदि मैं कहूं तो हम इसके विकास को रोक तो नहीं सकते, न ही हमें रोकने का प्रयास भी करना चाहिए। पर इसको लेकर हमें सावधान भी रहने की जरूरत है। कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी जो जितना बड़ा चेंज लाती है, उसका संक्रमण काल यानी ट्रांजिशनल फेज भी उतना ही बड़ा और गंभीर होता है। क्योंकि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एक मैसिव चेंज लाने वाली टेक्नोलॉजी है, ऐसे में समाज में लीगल, इथिकल, पॉलिटिकल और इकोनॉमिक अपहीवल की स्थितियां भी सामने आ सकती हैं। उसके लिए भी हमें पहले से ही तैयार रहना है। हालांकि मैं बड़ा आशावादी हूं और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के भविष्य को भी सकारात्मक नजरिए से ही मैं देखता हूं, पॉजिटिवली से देखता हूं। फिर भी इतना जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि अगर कुछ आशंकाएं हैं तो उसके बारे में हमें चिंतित होने के बजाय उन पर अभी से ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है। और हमें ध्यान क्या रखना है, इस पर मुझे बचपन में पढ़ी एक पंचतंत्र की कहानी है, उसकी यहां पर मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। किसी समय 4 ऐसे राजकुमार थे जो गुरुकुल में शिक्षा दीक्षा प्राप्त करके वापस लौट रहे थे। रास्ते में उनको एक बोन का टुकड़ा, एक हड्डी का टुकड़ा दिखाई दिया। सबने सोचा कि जो भी शिक्षा हमने प्राप्त की है विद्यालय में, अपने यहां गुरुकुल में अथवा जहां भी वो प्राप्त की है, हम उसका यहां पर उसका जो है हम प्रयोग करना चाहेंगे। तो एक ने कहा कि हम इस बोन को तो पूरी तरह जो भी ज्ञान प्राप्त किया उसको स्केलेटन में बदल सकते हैं। दूसरे राजकुमार ने कहा कि हम तो इस स्केलेटन पर मांस, मज्जा माने यह सब सारा जो है ये हम जो है उस पर जो है बना सकते हैं। तीसरे ने कहा कि हम तो इसमें प्राण भी फूंक सकते हैं। और हड्डी किसकी थी? हड्डी वह शेर की थी, लायन की वह हड्डी थी। लेकिन चौथा राजकुमार बहुत बुद्धिमान था, उसने वह यह सब होता रहा लेकिन उसने अपने को अलग रखा था। तो हमें ध्यान बस इतना रखना है कि जितना कि छोटे राजकुमार ने रखा था, यानी इसका दुरुपयोग किसी भी सूरत में नहीं होना चाहिए, यह मैं कहना चाहता हूं। और हमें बड़ी सावधानी के साथ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर काम करने की जरूरत है ताकि आने वाले समय में यह कहीं हमारे ही हाथों से बाहर न निकल जाए। हमें इसका प्रयोग मानवता के कल्याण, विकास और शांति के लिए करना है। कहीं ऐसा न हो कि इस पर न्यूक्लियर पावर की तरह किसी एक देश या देशों के समूह का प्रभुत्व स्थापित हो जाए और बाकी लोग इससे वंचित रह जाएं। और इसका डेमोक्रेटिक यूज हो, हमें इसे भी सुनिश्चित करने पर विचार करना होगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम जिन नए संकल्पों के साथ अपनी यात्रा की यह शुरुआत कर रहे हैं उसमें पूरी तरह सफल होंगे और अपनी रक्षा सुरक्षा के साथ साथ मानवता के कल्याण की दिशा में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के प्रयोग को हम सुनिश्चित करेंगे। अंत में मैं आप सबको इस इवेंट की सफलता के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और साथ ही आपके प्रयासों की सफलता के लिए भी आपको शुभकामनाएं देते हुए और जो कुछ भी आपने किया है उसके लिए बधाई देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Honorable Raksha Mantri ji has a very important commitment, but I'll just quickly, on behalf of all of you, he has given us a birthday gift. He had a birthday yesterday. It's a birthday return gift. I'd like to congratulate Honorable Raksha Mantri ji for dedicating 75 AI products to the country. And a very happy birthday to you, sir, on behalf of the members of the industry. I'd like to thank our Raksha Rajya Mantri. I'd like to thank our armed forces. I'm sorry I'm rushing through. Raksha Mantri ji has a very important commitment. I'd like to thank all the ambassadors, our defense secretary, DRDO chief, members of the industry, both public, private, students, academia, members of the media, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for gracing this event from here, real and virtual. Thank you very much.
May I request all of you to remain seated as we continue the proceedings for the next session to present the deploying artificial intelligence in defense. We now have a presentation by the services followed by a panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for the first session, Additional Secretary Shri Sanjay Jaju. May I request the first panelist, Lieutenant General Shantanu Dayal, UISM, AVSM, SM, VSM, Deputy Chief of Army Staff, to kindly take the dais. Lieutenant General Shantanu Dayal is an infantry officer commissioned in the Garhwal Rifles in 1984 and took part in active operations in Sri Lanka, Jammu and Kashmir and northeastern states. He's also served in Rashtriya Rifles as well as in Iraq and Kuwait on United Nations missions. He was mentioned in dispatch in Sri Lanka, awarded Sena Medal in J&K, Vishish Seva Medal in Assam, Ati Vishish Seva Medal in J&K, and Uttam Yudh Seva Medal in northeastern states. Our moderator for the session, the Additional Secretary, Shri Sanjay Jaju ji, has also joined us back after the inaugural proceeds have concluded. Mr. Sanjay Jaju is from the Indian Administrative Service, presently working as the Additional Secretary, Department of Defence Production, and looks after the policies for bringing in investment and growth in defence and aerospace sectors to advance the Make in India resolve. He has been instrumental in setting up Defence Innovation Organization for creating a collaborative platform for startups to meet defence requirements. He has worked in diverse areas like urban infrastructure, civil supplies, education and tribal welfare, with one strand common across these jobs has been his passion for information technology. He's been an ardent advocate of information technology for development and governance. Who's the next? Deputy Chief of Staff. May I now invite our second panelist, Deputy Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Narmadeshwar Tiwari, AVSM VM. He has flown over 36,000 hours on various types of aircrafts. His rich field experience also includes operational testing of various weapons and systems, primarily on the Mirage 2000. As a lead pilot, he has played a pivotal role in Kargil operations in 1999. For his distinguished service, he was awarded the Presidential Award in 2008 and Vishish Seva Medal in 2022. May I invite our third panelist, Vice Admiral Rajesh Pednekar, AVSM, VSM, DGNO, Director General Naval Operations. The flag officer is a specialist in anti-submarine warfare and has served on frontline warships of the Navy. He has commanded the missile corvette INS Kora, the missile frigate INS Shivalek, and the aircraft carrier INS Virat. He is a recipient of Ati Vishish Seva Medal and Vishish Seva Medal for distinguished service. Our fourth panelist for today is Dr. Subrata Rakshit, Director for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. Prior to his current post, Dr. Rakshit has headed Computer Vision Group and worked on multi-vendor data fusion and net-centric warfare, participating in various CARE activities related to Army's TAC-31 development projects at CARE DRDO. Dr. Rakshit has worked on image processing, computer vision, neural networks, and cyber security. He has also published a number of papers in peer-reviewed journals, international and national conferences. He has contributed to RM's AI Task Force report and has interacted with various MOD organizations regarding adoption of AI technologies in indigenous defense systems. Our fifth panelist is Professor Mahinder Agarwal, PhD, IIT Kanpur, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. He specializes in theoretical computer science. His interest in computational complexity theory and computational number theory has led to publications of many papers in renowned journals. He has been awarded Padma Shri, Infosys Prize, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, and many more. Our final panelist is Mr. M.V. Rajshekhar, Director R&D, BEL. Mr. Rajshekhar took charge as Director R&D of Navratna DPSU, BEL on September 1st, 2020 and is working as Chief Scientist of BEL's Central Research Laboratory, Bangalore, and Officer on Special Duty at BEL's Corporate Office before his elevation. In a career spanning over the 35 years, he has worked in various capacities and gained rich experience in diverse technologies at BEL. He was instrumental in indigenous development of state-of-the-art thermal imager-based sites and systems in association with IRDE DRDO, which resulted in significant business growth for the company. He leads a team of around 260 scientists working on diverse technologies such as AI, robotics, drones, cybersecurity, cloud data analytics, tactical communication, radar, smart computing, etc. With a distinguished panel and an equivalent articulate moderator, I now hand you over for session 1.
Professor Agarwal, you are required on the dais, please. नहीं वो तुमको बोल दिया था ना तभी देखो
Once again, a very good morning to all of you. May I request all of you to kindly get seated?
May I request the audience to kindly take their seats?
Achal? These mics have to work. Check. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. We are beginning our first session. I'll request all of you to kindly get seated. Friends, the first session is around deployment of the AI solutions in defense. All of you have seen during the inaugural event and the speech by the Honorable Raksha Mantri that artificial intelligence is now being widely acknowledged as one of the most important technological game changers in the current times. And it's already starting and is continue to have a disruptive impact on most walks of our life, both public as well as private. And obviously defense and security are no exceptions. And as all of you have seen that subsequent to the formation of the task force on AI in defense and the formation of the Defense AI Council and the Defense AI Project Agency, a lot of initiatives have been taken by the industry, both public as well as private, by our services, DRDO, academia, students, and the culmination of that has been the 75 AI products that have been unveiled today. And as our Defense Secretary pointed out, this is only a beginning of a major leap up that's going to happen in the use of artificial intelligence in defense. So without further ado, we have a fairly balanced panel here. We have the members of the services. All the three services are represented here. We also have DRDO represented through the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. We also have the academia, renowned Dr. Manindra Agarwal, who is going to give his inputs on what can academia do to further AI in defense. And we also have a representative of our industry, here Bharat Electronics, which has actually been at the vanguard of development of AI products in defense. So what the process that I'm intending to follow is that we'll go through the first round, have not the opening remarks, I would say I have the remarks of all the 6 panelists, and then we'll throw it open to all of you. If you have any inputs, suggestions, clarifications, questions, you can feel free to ask our panelists, and then we'll have a final summing up, and we'll move over to the session 2. So I'll first request Lieutenant General Shantanu Dayal, who has been an infantry officer commissioned in Garhwal Rifles in 1984, and I would request him to tell us what the Indian Army has been doing to further AI in defense. Many products have been launched, and they're also part of the exhibition section that I'm sure all of you might have witnessed, or you will have the opportunity to go through. So over to you, General Dayal.
Thank you, Mr. Jaju. My co-panelists, thank you so much. The audience, the students, I hope you can hear me at the rear there. Okay, thank you. Now, what the Army has been doing and what the Army is going to do. What the Army has been doing, perhaps you have seen what we have been doing in the presentation which was made by, in the film which was shown prior to the address by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, and some of the stalls which we have done outside. But what I would like to focus on is what the Indian Army would like to do. As all of you know, the scope of artificial intelligence is vast. The potential is very large. And if I dare say, what we have done till now is a very, very rudimentary or very, very basics of what the scope or the potential of the artificial intelligence in the Indian Army can be. So may I take this opportunity now to, in this next 5 minutes, expose to the prospective industry as also the most intelligent students who are sitting behind what you can look for or what the Indian Army is looking for as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. Let me try to paint a picture of the environment or the battle environment or the operational environment as we call it, and that is the core area where we would like the indulgence of the AI, artificial intelligence. Now, as you are all aware, generally, a battle area or an operational area is a very, very dynamic, challenging, and the soldiers, the commanders, they operate under acute stress. There is a time pressure, there is a threat of life, there is the enemy's activities, there is the pressure to perform, terrain is generally adverse, weather might not be conducive, and therefore, in such a situation, an artificial intelligence or anything which will facilitate or which will enable or which will empower the soldier or his commander to execute his task much easier, much faster manner is what we are looking at as far as AI is concerned. I presume without this thing, something has been shown. Let me explain what has been shown on the slide. What I have tried to show, gentlemen, is a environment which is obtaining in an operational situation. What is shown in a box in double blue line is the entity or is the sector in which we want to look at AI, and the components of the AI or the constituents of the AI which we would like to look at are those smaller boxes which are mentioned inside. For example, if you look at the top left-hand corner, what is mentioned is the information we want to seek from the enemy, the information we want to seek about the battlefield. Now that information, that surveillance, that monitoring capability is diverse. We have got aircraft, we have got satellites, we have got drones, we have got soldiers, we have got numerous kinds of platforms and capabilities which get us this information. And today, the information is absolutely, there is no dearth of that information. The problem is how to collate that information, how to present it to the commander or the boss there so that he can make use of that information. When an aircraft flies, when the army is seeking information, the aircraft flies and gives us a span of approximately 21 kilometers by 7 kilometers. Now that is the square area which the aircraft does in few minutes. Now to see how many tanks are there, how many soldiers are there, whether they are ready there, whether they are operational, whether they are just deployed there, the normal time or the normal procedure takes huge amount of time through a magnifying glass, or nowadays there are big microscopic kind of equipment which are available, but it has to be done physically. It is very time consuming. By the time this work is done, generally the dynamics of the operations have changed, and therefore the information which you get is no longer relevant. So the luxury of doing it manually no longer exists. The luxury of doing, analyzing the vast plethora of information which is now available from the open domain, from the various types of equipment which is available, is no longer available to the troops, and therefore this AI, some kind of artificial intelligence, which can collate, which can produce in the required format all the inputs coming from various types of cameras, various types of radars, various types of aircrafts, various types of human beings in various formats. It has to overcome the challenges of the media which is going to be available to the for the transmission of these systems to a central place which I have marked there as a tactical decision maker. It can be anybody. It can be a human being, it can be a section commander, it can be a post commander, it can be a battalion commander, it can be any commander at any level. He is the one who makes a decision. Now the information which is available to him from the vast plethora of or data which is today available, an AI, an artificial intelligence system, or whichever way technologically it is called, that which can collate all that in no time frame, very, very small time frame, is one of the key requirements of the Indian Army. We have made some progress. I have seen few of the stalls which have been made, some analysis, but these are only peripheral or pedestrian in nature as far as the overall requirement is concerned. The second sector which we come into an operational area is the area of the enemy, which I have marked in a red. Now, red area is the domain, unlike what we do here in Delhi or what we do in any other part of our country. The Indian Army has to contest with an enemy, just like if I give a simile, especially for my young students there, it is very easy to learn boxing on a punching bag. But the dynamics or the situation changes when you are inside the ring and there is an opponent who can punch as well or maybe better than you. So therefore, that is the situation this punching bag thing or this requirement of AI has to contend with, because there is an enemy which wants to disrupt whatever information we are trying to collate. It will try to deceive the manner in which we are trying to get the information and maybe falsify what we are trying to get. So the AI has to be intelligent enough, potent enough to discern through these kind of activities of the enemy. The second block on the left, which has been in the center, which has been put, is the core or the central pivot, combat units and combat equipment. This is what the army fights with. This is what gives the results to the nation. This is what destroys the adversary, and this is what gets victory for the country. Now, as of now, there has been no AI. For example, let me explain this further. We have got tanks, we have got soldiers, we have got rifles, we have got air defense guns, we have got artillery guns, and various types of other combat units as well as equipment. Now, for example, today to fire an artillery gun, there are systems of calculating the manner in which the shell will, the parabola of the shell will follow based on how much air breeze is there, what is the temperature, what is the density of the air, what is the terrain differential, what is the range, how much smoke, how much wind speed. All these factors go into play, and there are very established and very good systems of calculating all this to ensure the accuracy of the shell. And obviously, because all these factors have to be calculated, obtained from certain sources, it takes time, and in the absence of time, all the factors are not able to be factored into the system, and therefore sometimes it is not so accurate. Let me give the simile of what you will understand: meteorological systems. The Met Department about 20 years back was not so accurate. It was not in a position to predict the Met data so well. Today with its, I do not know whether they have got AI or not, but definitely I know that their systems are much improved today. They have got a vast plethora of information seeking satellites and sources, and they are in a better position to collate real time and provide us with almost near perfect weather prediction. That is the kind of improvement we require in our equipment, in our combat equipment especially. After that, we have the logistic or the support equipment. Now these are, it appears that they are in support, but they are much more, or very, very critical to the armed forces, very, very critical to combat. For example, the movement of ammunition, which moves from certain depots in various parts of the country. It moves by rail to various places. From that place, it moves by road. From that place, it will move to the forward areas, maybe by mule or maybe by helicopters, and then it will go to the soldier. The soldier will be spending that ammunition in combat. Then there will be replenishment of that. There is a long chain. And each part of the chain is prone to disruption. And therefore, prediction of the disruption, prediction of the capability, prediction of the smoothness, or prediction of the robustness of the system is a very, very important factor for to enable the commanders to plan their operations. Now we have certain systems which are taught in management, which are now being computerized, and there is a certain amount of improvement, but a foolproof system, a system which can sustain the vagaries of battle, which can sustain the vagaries of enemies' disruption, both in communication, railways, internally, externally, that kind of a AI system would be very, very essential for the armed forces as the time passes. In a nutshell, what I have tried to explain on the slide is one sector, I can say, if I dare say, use a simile, or one part of the whole thing. There are similar parts. That which is there towards the north of our country will be inherently different from that which is in the other, maybe the eastern part of the country or southern part of the country. Now, there will be echelons or various hierarchies of the same system. There will be a higher headquarter, higher organization, which will have the same requirements, but in a larger format. Then there will be still higher format, still a higher organization, which will require the same thing in a much higher format. Broadly, gentlemen, what we have tried to explain is the diversity and the multifaceted kind of a requirement which the army has, with the core as the combat, core as victory over the adversary, with its requirement of surveillance on one side, logistic on the other side, decision support, command and control, inherent in the entire system, and the system which is combat robust, can sustain the various activities, both physical as well as cyber way of the enemy. So this is the background, this is the scope. We have made some progress, as you all have seen. I don't want to dwell on that, all of you are aware on that. So with this, I come to the close of my few minutes of narration. Basically, my aim was to expose all of you to the vastness of the requirement of the AI in the Indian Army, and we will be accepting all such proposals, all such ideas with open arms. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, General Dayal, for giving us insights into what Indian Army would gain in terms of the artificial intelligence and the products that artificial intelligence can bring in. Friends, we have heard Indian Army's perspective. Now I'll try and get you the perspective of the Indian Air Force. We have the Deputy Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Narmadeshwar Tiwari, who is going to be presenting the Indian Air Force perspective. Air Marshal Tiwari.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, just let me tell you that since much has been spoken about AI, Air Force as an organization is very well pitched to accept this kind of solutions of AI, basically because we have two things. We have technology, data, and we also have the hardware which is required today to segregate or analyze this data to give you a decision support system. So therefore, we are very well placed as far as using AI and machine learning, deep learning techniques is concerned. So in the next 3 to 4 minutes, I will just tell you as to what the Air Force is doing specifically in terms of AI as well as machine learning. So first, in order to provide a sustainable and scalable framework for development and deployment of software solution, we have stood up 2 dedicated organizations. One, which is called Unit for Digitization, Automation, Artificial Intelligence and Application Networking. It is called UDAN in short, and this caters for mostly our ground systems and also all the ecosystems where data is collected and developed. We also have another so-called Center of Excellence, which is called the Software Development Institute, which is in Bangalore, which caters for more of airborne applications which go into aircraft and airborne systems. And these agencies have taken very proactive steps to embed AI in technologies in all our warfighting processes. Today, we are coordinating with PSUs like Bell, MSMEs. We are also coordinating with startups and national universities and leading academia. So understanding this requirement, we have set up a future-ready AI Center of Excellence with high-end compute and big data stage resources. This aided by availability of full-spectrum tech stack software solutions will exponentially enhance our capabilities to develop and deploy AI and Industry 4.0 solutions. For embedding AI, IF has leveraged technological advances in the field of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Adoption of these technologies has drastically reduced timelines for intelligence gathering, enemy asset identifications, and weapon-to-target mapping, thereby positively impacting the war readiness and fighting capability of the force. We have deployed an application that also captures all electronic intelligence data gathered by AiDef assets as well as other intelligence agencies and fuses them into a common structure for creating a comprehensive electronic order of battle, or EOB as we call it. In addition, an imagery intelligence analysis tool is being developed towards identification and assessment of enemy targets and movements by employing AI on the reconnaissance data which we gathered. Besides this, we also have an int analysis tool being used for intelligence processing and analysis so as to prepare a composite intelligence picture. This application is being developed with an organization under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and will provide an AI-based solution for abstracting summary of intelligence inputs from various sources in different formats using deep learning techniques. This application will greatly enhance our usability of that intelligence and provide our commanders in the field with useful, timely inputs. We all know that safeguarding the airspace of India is AiDef's primarily responsibility. Today, we have a fully networked system of sensors that provide us this capability, and this is being developed entirely indigenously. And AiDef is also working along with Bell, IIIT Hyderabad, IIT Jabalpur, and IIT Kharagpur for embedding AI systems into what we call the integrated air command and control systems. The applications will provide interception guidance, voice identification, multi-sensor fusion, and aerial threat estimation. These functionalities would greatly enhance our decision-making capability in this time-sensitive domain. Now, another area where these technologies are being deployed is that of air campaign planning and execution. AiDef is looking at efficiencies in all stages of operations as they bear a direct impact on the effectiveness of war potential of the force. Towards this, an AI-based campaign planning and analysis system, CPAS in short as we call it, has been developed, aimed at providing functionality for planning of campaigns and debrief solutions for all the aircraft fleets of the Indian Air Force. As you know, the AiDef operates a wide variety of aircraft, and each has its own standards and its own systems. Therefore, to put it all together on one common platform is a very challenging proposition. But I'm happy to announce that we have fully succeeded in this goal, and that this application which we have can also simulate the entire war campaign for practice and skill enhancement of the planners and decision makers in the organization, thus providing a very important training tool for war fighting at all levels. Just to give you a snapshot of some of the practical issues that today we are addressing using AI, we are implementing an advanced AI and big data analytics projects for forecasting of operational stamina. Now, many of these elements that you see here, like the material management system, IMMOLS, as well as the maintenance management system, which is the EMMS, are already in place in the Indian Air Force. This AI-driven platform will provide a real-time operational stamina status and provide a realistic forecasted operational potential based on a selected time horizon, as well as what are the objectives of the campaign. And this will provide a commander with a holistic picture in terms of op logistics, resource availability in real time, and also will provide suitable options to achieve the desired solution. All Air Force operations are currently being planned and managed and monitored through what we call the air operation systems. What you see here is a dashboard which is available to all our commanders who can monitor all the flying in real time what is happening, and this is already in use today. Now what we are doing is we are embedding AI into this to ensure that we can take it to the next level. In addition to this, we also have what we call the EMMS, which is the E-Maintenance Management System, an ERP-based application for management and monitoring of servicing of all IAF assets. We are in the process of employment of advanced tools to use maintenance data for prediction of failure rates of critical equipment. On similar lines, the IAF also operates the Integrated Materials Management System, which is called IMMOLS, an audit-cleared ERP application with real-time supply chain management and monitoring facilities. The application is being upgraded with advanced AI and analytics tool for intelligence forecasting of resource requirements. AI is also planned to be used in administrative functions like HR management, skill development, and resource optimization to ensure that the IAF assets are very efficiently managed and employed. IAF vision is to provide an AI-based platform for Pan Air Force for in-house development of applications in coordination with academia and industry. The Center of Excellence for IAF has already been formed in Delhi with an aim to use data analytics to enhance the efficiency of the Indian Air Force. Today, it has all the necessary hardware and the resource to commence this exciting journey. It is obvious that in many of these programs, we cannot and we do not have the bandwidth to do it alone, and it is obvious we require the help. So in our journey into the future, we look forward to working with industry partners to ensure that our borders stay secure. Thank you.
उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी आधुनिक युद्ध में नए आयाम जोड़ रही है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उनमें से एक है। एआई भारतीय वायुसेना को दुश्मन की क्षमता, स्वभाव को ट्रैक करने, अपनी संपत्ति को सुरक्षित करने और संभावित कार्रवाई के अनुमान लगाने में मदद करता है। इस तकनीकी क्रांति में भारतीय वायुसेना सबसे आगे है। संचालन की दक्षता में सुधार के लिए प्रक्रियाओं को डिजिटाइज और ऑटोमेट करने के लिए कई पहल की गई हैं। विकास और एकीकरण का लाभ उठाने वाले नए उन्नत प्लेटफॉर्मों एआई क्षमताओं के शामिल होने से भारतीय वायुसेना को निर्णायक बढ़त मिली है। इसमें उड़ान या यूनिट फॉर डिजिटाइजेशन, ऑटोमेशन, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और एप्लीकेशन नेटवर्किंग का नेतृत्व प्रभारी है। यह विशिष्ट इकाई भारतीय वायुसेना में डिजिटाइजेशन के साथ साथ अत्याधुनिक तकनीकों को लागू करने में अग्रणी है। इस प्रयास में एआई सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस मदद करेगा। यह संस्थान इमेज और वीडियो एनालिटिक्स, स्पीच सिंथेसिस एंड रिकग्निशन, नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग और आईपीएसएस जैसे संचालन के लिए एआई अनुप्रयोगों के लिए नए अवसरों की तलाश करेगा। हमारा लक्ष्य किसी भी चुनौती का सामना करने के लिए तैयार भारतीय वायुसेना। एक वायु योद्धा उड़ान भरने की तैयारी करता है, वो अकेला नहीं है। इस वायु योद्धा को भारतीय वायुसेना की अविश्वसनीय क्षमताओं का समर्थन प्राप्त है। वायु योद्धा के पास वास्तविक समय में सिस्टम, मौसम और मिशन के लिए एआई प्राप्त अनुमान के साथ साथ मिशन क्रिटिकल इंफॉर्मेशन का विश्लेषण है। वह अपने विमान के सबसे छोटे से छोटे विवरण से अवगत है। ये कितने घंटे उड़ चुका है, इसकी पिछली बार कब सर्विस दी गई थी और ये किसके द्वारा और कौन सी युद्ध सामग्री और ईंधन इत्यादि वहन करता है। आकाश में वायु योद्धा भारतीय वायुसेना तंत्र के साथ पूर्ण तालमेल में है। इनवैक्स, रेडार और संबद्ध विमान उसका मार्गदर्शन करते हैं। एआई उसे खतरों की प्रकृति और परिणाम और उससे बेअसर करने के उपायों का विश्लेषण करने में मदद करता है। भारतीय वायुसेना ने युद्ध के मैदान को अपग्रेड किया है। पर्दे सैनिकों के पीछे भारत की अत्याधुनिक AI सहायता प्राप्त वायु रक्षा प्रणाली है। यहाँ भारत की एयर डिफेंस ग्राउंड एनवायरनमेंट सिस्टम से इनपुट प्राप्त होते हैं। एयरबैग्स जमीन और हवा आधारित रेडार सिस्टम दुश्मन की घुसपैठ को ट्रैक करते हैं। विमान, वायु योद्धा, युद्ध सामग्री और संसाधनों की एक विस्तृत सूची भी उपलब्ध है। इन सभी मिशन महत्वपूर्ण सूचनाओं को वर्गीकृत, विश्लेषण और निर्णय लेने वालों के लिए उच्च स्तर की युद्ध क्षेत्र सचेतन तथा उच्च स्थिति जन्य सचेतन के लिए प्रस्तुत किया गया है। भारतीय वायु सेना का इन डेटा सेट्स का उपयोग यथार्थवादी खतरे का विश्लेषण करने और इष्टतम संसाधन उपयोग और प्रभावी वस्तु परिनियोजन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए करता है। यह AI को सटीक अनुमान करने और मिशन की सफलता के लिए समाधान प्रदान में सक्षम बनाता है और समग्र युद्ध क्षमता को बढ़ाता है। इसका परिणाम व्यापक विजय। यह AI आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए भारत का कदम है। यह भविष्य की भारतीय वायु सेना है। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Air Marshal Tiwari, for not just enlightening us on the requirement aspects, but also, reinforcing the point that all our services, all the three armed forces, actually now are at the vanguard of not just making use of artificial intelligence in their own augmentation and preparedness, but at the same time actually playing a catalyzing role in developing an artificial intelligence industry within our country. And I'm sure the members of the industry and the academia who are present in large number today, both in person and in virtual formats, would benefit from the points made by you, Marshal Tiwari. Now we come down to the third wing of our armed forces. We have the Indian Navy, represented here by Vice Admiral Rajesh Pendarkar, who is also the Director General of Naval Operations. I would request Admiral Pendarkar to tell us how artificial intelligence can help in the augmentation of the operations of the Indian Navy.
Thank you, Mr. Check. Thank you, Mr. Jaju. Fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed a privilege for me to be here today and be given the opportunity to present what the Navy is doing in the field of AI. At the outset, I must highlight that we are extremely seized of the tremendous capabilities and potential that AI has to offer in every aspect of naval warfare. Be it combat operations, communications, logistics management, maintenance, cybersecurity, as well as physical security. But before I dwell into what the Navy is doing about AI, I would like to take you through a clip of about 2 to 3 minutes. May I request the tech team to play the clip, please?
The Indian Navy is rapidly transitioning from a digitally enabled Navy to an AI-enabled force. Data is the new gold, which forms the foundation for induction of artificial intelligence. Towards this, the Navy has embarked on a journey of consolidating data across all functional verticals such as operations, material, administration, human resource, and acquisition, which will then become the stepping stone for all artificial intelligence and big database projects. Sustained efforts over the years, coupled with a clear vision, has resulted into the Navy becoming a force to reckon with and has made forays into several niche technological domains, including artificial intelligence. The autonomous fast intercept boat is a first of its kind, where a 15.6 meter long boat can be cruising up to 35 knots in autonomous mode. The boat has been developed by the Navy in close partnership with BEL Bengaluru under the Atmanirbhar initiative of the government. The boat has been designed to adapt to a multi-role capability which includes surveillance, mine countermeasures, and exploration, amongst a few. The Navy is also venturing into the field of natural language processing, wherein Mandarin, Hebrew, and Russian voice-to-English text solutions have been developed. With its futuristic approach, the Indian Navy has recognized the potential use in face recognition, surveillance, image retrieval, biometrics, etc. in the field of computer vision. Several cases have also been identified and are being progressed to enhance war-fighting capability of our platforms. The Navy has been able to successfully transform 2D images of handwritten text into machine-readable text. Complex algorithms have captured this data and converted it into actionable information to be utilized for enhancing operational efficiency and efficacy of our platforms. The Anvesh employs an OCR-powered elastic search engine with powerful visual analytics to enhance performance efficiency and decision-making at the click of a mouse. Towards strengthening the Navy's cybersecurity posture, an advanced cybersecurity tool, HawkSecure Advanced AI Engine, capable of behavioral and trend analysis, has been developed, which detects any deviation from the norm. The Navy currently has many artificial intelligence projects underway in the following domains. The Indian Navy is committed towards enhancing its competence and operational readiness by adopting niche technologies across all functional roles, and presently more than 30 projects are in progress covering various fields. Towards this, the Navy looks forward to partnering with the Indian industry, academia, and startups in realizing its dream and having a technological edge over its adversaries.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was an overview of some of the projects that the Indian Navy has invested in the field of AI. In our march towards a future-ready force, the Navy is focused on incorporating AI/ML in every of its critical missions. In order to take this forward, at the organizational level, the Navy has formed an AI core group that periodically reviews and progresses the AI projects and provides impetus for initiating new projects. These reviews also ensure that project timelines are closely monitored. INS Valsura at Jamnagar has been designated as a center of excellence in the field of big data, and a state-of-the-art lab in AI and big data has been set up. The Navy has also chartered a course for training its personnel across all levels in AI/ML. This is being done through organic courses, as also in concert with reputed institutions across the country. The Navy is confident of and committed to partnerships with the academia, industry, startups, DRDO, DPSUs in progressing along the indigenous path of AI. Through such partnerships, we have embarked upon 30 projects, and some ideas are plenty more there. The main areas that we are keen on working include maritime domain awareness, predictive maintenance, intelligence, physical security, autonomous systems, decision support systems, language translation, data analytics, and enterprise-level data management, cybersecurity, human resource management, logistics, and supply chain management, to name a few. Having said that, we are also aware of the myriad challenges that lie along this path. Converting unstructured data as also legacy data to a structured format that can be understood by the analytical tools is amongst the foremost. Towards this, we are focusing on the data collation process, creation of a common data framework, and creation of a data lake, which will act as a repository for present as well as future databases. Clear articulation of use cases, creation of collaborative environment between the end users and developers are other areas that we are focusing on. We also need to look at making our financial processes more relevant to this niche field if we are to sustain the impetus being given to AI. I'm confident that with the AI ecosystem being created in the country and the thrust being given at the apex levels of leadership across the organizations, we can collectively move forward towards realization of the AI roadmap. And during the course of the session, I look forward to interesting suggestions from the audience of how the Navy and the industry, academia, DPSUs, etc., can partner to take this initiative forward. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Admiral Pendarkar. Friends, we have heard from all the three services, and I'm sure the members of the industry and academia would now understand the importance all the three services are laying on the use of artificial intelligence in their augmentation. And I'm sure we will be able to make use of the opportunities that are coming our way and try and augment our armed forces with the futuristic and state-of-art AI products. Now, we have heard the members of the armed forces giving their perspective. Now we'll move to the other side and hear from the academia, industry, and our research organizations. And you all would have seen on the exhibition side, there are a large number of products developed by DRDO. DRDO has a Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, and we have the director of that center, Dr. Subrata Rakshit, who is going to be elucidating on what DRDO is doing in terms of promoting artificial intelligence in defense. Dr. Rakshit, over to you.
Thank you. And at the outset, let me thank the Ministry of Defense and Department of Defense Production for giving us this forum. In terms of AI, while there was one center created, I think 3 decades back, but the AI as a field blossomed slowly. So I would say about 2 decades back, you could see the momentum picking up. And somewhere around last decade itself, Chairman Dr. Satish Reddy gave a directive that rather than counting 1, 2, 3, 4 AI projects, what he pivoted around was to say that in DRDO, all the major system labs in all their major projects will have an element of AI thought out. And that's the way DRDO has been taking on the role of being a leader in AI. So when this thing started, it initially started off with various AI groups in various labs because the AI had to be in the context of a specific weapon system or particular product, whatever it was. And that work proceeded for a while. Then we had internal reviews and we took stock of how much had been actuated on the ground, what all things our young scientists had thought of. And we have gone through to the next generation where we have collated all of that, streamlined it, come up with some detailed guidance and lessons learned from the various early adopters of AI among the various DRDO labs. So right now, what we can say is the following. In terms of AI as a technical and academic pursuit, it is well known. As DRDO, we were looking specifically in the context of usefulness to the armed services. So one obvious area was that with respect to all the data coming from various sensors, instead of just having it as a raw numerical form, could we do a processing the way the human operator does and give a high level output coming out of the sensor? So the sensor data processing, whether it was acoustics, images, videos, IR, SAR images across the spectrum. So there was a drive to inject AI for doing the various object recognition, scene analysis, so on and so forth, and be able to give higher, more meaningful outputs to the armed services. The next thing was that a lot of these weapon systems, tanks, aircrafts, armored carriers, they are all becoming very complex. They are heavily instrumented. Now, taking care of all the health issues of these complex platforms is extremely demanding on the human beings. So another line of work has been to be able to take the data from those internal instrumentation readings and be able to come up with higher level abstractions with respect to the system health. And if there is a human being in the system, it ends up being an assist. In some cases, we are looking ahead enough to think that can we make it autonomous? So you could have an autonomous tank or an autonomous boat or an autonomous aerial platform, and it would be able to sense its state, figure out that now I have made a transition from being able to support one ConOps to having to go to something else, and so I could change my mission profile, so on and so forth, or alert the commanders that something has happened and maybe we have to rethink the mission. The third direction that has emerged is that when you create these enterprise solutions and gather a lot of this data, there is a rich potential for doing decision support. There is a potential from learning from past tactics, past exercises, so on and so forth. So the core information processing systems where you're looking at optimizations, you're looking at decision supports, you're looking at strategy improvements. And among all the three, I have to say this is the most nascent, because the work coming out of game theory and reinforcement learning, which is relevant to this field, is perhaps furthest removed from the actual complications of combat situations. So I would say this is like the long-term goal. There's nothing immediately in this other than exploratory work. But with respect to the autonomous system and sensor platforms, there's plenty of action taking place. And to the entire student community at the back, I have to tell you that, look, AI work can be done in just about any DRDO lab. So everybody doesn't have to apply to the Director Center for AI for the internship. That's just my personal point. Okay. Now, in terms of utilizing the AI, we also realized after talking to the services that there are many stages at which the AI can cut in. And it's important because it impacts the question of ethics. One is AI can be in the hands of the designers as DRDO scientists. So instead of using a linear design, instead of doing non-linear, we go to non-linear filter banks, we go all the way to training a deep layer network for getting some classification done. So that is AI in the design stage. Once the design is done, usual pipeline follows through, and other than getting a better product, AI doesn't do, it is not a new issue for anybody downstream. A more innovative thing that people have now started coming up with is using an element of AI residual in the design so that you can tweak it during the manufacturing process. Why would you want to do something like that? Because very often the manufacturing process is plagued by inaccuracies. So you have tolerances, you have quality control. So one extreme method is to say, I will go for Six Sigma quality control, which might actually reduce yield from your upstream suppliers. The other approach is to start saying that I will have an element of AI embedded in the design so that depending on the exact value of the tolerances which come for the various parts, the last part of the system controller or the system design, I can actually tweak specific to that particular assembly of components. And that can lead to a good improvement in output. And that is something that is being currently explored. And of course, we would have to work very closely with DPSUs and industries to get the benefit out of this. The third thing is we have an AI element such that post-deployment or just pre-deployment, we take specific data from the unit and do some training. So as the general brought out, all these deployments are in very specific contexts, and the context can vary a lot. So as a design agency, neither DRDO nor Bell nor HL or anybody can have a multitude of configurations running for production at the same time. It's a nightmare in terms of complexity. On the other hand, if you retain the plasticity at manufacturing time and use it up as an AI machine learning at deployment time, you could get a huge amount of customization and optimization. And that is another usage of AI that we are pursuing. Last and not the least is the more romantic version of AI, that you actually have an AI which is going to be learning in the battle space and optimizing for an enemy tactic or an enemy camouflage pattern or something. Now one has to say that last one, though very appealing, is actually the trickiest thing to deal with. As the RM very correctly brought out, there are issues of ethics and there's issues of accountability. So if you are going to have a product which is going to change its behavior post-deployment, we need to make sure that the social hierarchy and the command control stack is aware of it, takes care of its training and its control and moderation. Otherwise, this kind of a design could be troublesome. So in some of the few controlled situations where we are attempting this. We are looking at very close cooperation with the intended users, whether it is IDS, whether it is Navy, to name just a couple that I'm aware of, and other DRDO labs are engaging with other users. So in all of this, the element of training the AI and the DRDO scientists and the services people training each other on how to safely use the AI in context is proving to be a challenging task, but we are on the job and it is happening. And the idea is that we should be able to get the benefit of AI at that last point, but we'll have to definitely do it in a very cautious way. So some of this actually leads to a pushback back into the AI design core itself. So in terms of being able to certify AI, calibrate AI, be able to say that this is a freedom given to AI, but it will stay within this bound, and the commander can be made aware of it. This requires rethinking the way we engineers and scientists design the AI in the first place. And we have taken this message back from DRDO back to academia and opened a conversation with them, saying that if this was the requirement of the AI design fundamentally, not just that you get a so much percentage accuracy or a percentage performance optimization in fuel efficiency, but if you want to be able to explain things back or ensure that it is certifiable, that DRDO designs it, somebody manufactures it, a neutral third party, which is a regulator, should then be able to certify it as fit for use in a military context. All our past certification paradigms, whether it be in the aerospace sector or in the security sector, have done certification based on lockdown and taking all degrees of freedom away post that certification point. Doing that for AI seems to be counterintuitive. You want AI to have flexibility. So to reconcile the requirement of safety and certification with something as malleable as an AI is going to take outright academic research to really inform us that what is safe, what is not safe, and what is the residual risks. Having said this, there are also other issues that we are now discovering as we try to take AI in for an actual acceptance. That first of all, how are the requirements getting specified? If you were to look at the earlier paradigms, I mean, in terms of physical systems, a few parameters specified a system. This is the bandwidth, this is the weight, this is the power output, so on and so forth. For software, that was not the case, and it took some 20 years of disappointment before we finally came up with a use case based, some kind of a software engineering paradigm where you had an SRS give you a textual description and some sanity prevailed with software engineering. It turns out for AI, even that is not going to cut it. The only way you are actually going to do a real specification on an AI system is to give a representative input-output mapping or a representative set of challenges and their outputs. Now, for our services, that's going to be a problem. Irrespective of the situation in the West, in India, we are still doing the digitization. We are still on top of that ongoing digitization, fielding enterprise resource applications, whether as was being brought out, we are trying to bring the data together, we are trying to have a uniform application running across it, command control applications, various unit level housekeeping applications. So that application for gathering data running on an ICT which is getting refreshed at periodic intervals, now to create enough data such that the AI can be specified is creating a very tight loop. So oftentimes we might have to start off with a partial specification from an AI point of view, run the project or the development up to a certain point, use it to bootstrap the relevant data collection and proceed from there. That's going to require innovation in terms of contract management, innovation in terms of project execution, as well as innovation in terms of engineering. How much of a risk is worth taking? And when should we say that we don't know and therefore back off and do something else? So these are the kinds of top level issues that we are facing, which we are solving, and as and when clarity emerges, we are going to be communicating with the industry and DPSUs and enabling the delivery to the users. And last but not the least, I think we should always keep in mind, I don't know, Harry Potter may not be the appropriate paradigm here, but there was this very classic statement where the minister is surprised when he's telling a minister of magic, but surely you can fix it with magic. And the minister of magic tells the prime minister, but surely you realize, sir, the other side has it too. So we are doing AI. We have to remember the other side has it too. So at some point we are doing AI against a static environment. Eventually we have to take the adversary and the adversary's AI into account and be sure that that's the level of complexity our AI can go up to. So when we do AI today for defense, in the civilian sector, for example, you assume a benign environment, you figure out a problem solution, and you can go around looking for as many customers as can buy that solution. That works fine. In the military, you cannot go looking for someone who has a simple problem. If you are dealing with a military end user for AI, that end user has a problem, and whatever it takes to solve it has to be solved. That will require a depth and breadth of AI far more than being just a one-trick pony. And that's a caveat I have to give, because yes, we are going around encouraging a lot of startups, a lot of industries. I think more on that my senior will talk about in the next session. In all of that, we have to remember that AI for defense is the hardest AI that we are ever going to solve. And we should be ready for that before we jump into this. DRDO will always be there to handhold the industry and the startups. So looking forward to a fruitful next 20 years in the field of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rakshit, for presenting a very comprehensive overview of what DRDO is intending to do in terms of AI in defense. Friends, I'm aware of the fact that we need to wind it up quickly because we have the next session, almost I think half an hour behind schedule, but I'll not deprive you of the opportunity of hearing Professor Manindra Agarwal, who is a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Kanpur. I'm sure many of you have already seen him with all his modelings around COVID last few years, and I'd request him to share his vision on artificial intelligence in defense. Professor Agarwal.
Thank you, Shri Jaju. My fellow panelists and all the distinguished people and students here. It's a privilege to be here talking about and sharing my thoughts on AI with this distinguished gathering. And I'll keep it short, keeping in mind the time constraints that we have. I represent academia here, and it's very heartening to know the level at which the defense forces are already working in incorporating digitization and AI tools into their operations. Now, from academic side, we can contribute towards this initiative in 3 ways, and these 3 are interlinked. The first one is to develop new solutions, and when I say new solutions, it really means to look at problems for which solutions may not exist right now, to research and develop those solutions. We already have certain initiatives regarding this. Department of Science and Technology, a couple of years ago, had set up technology innovation hubs in academic institutions in cyber-physical systems. Many of them are related to AI and allied fields. Just to give some examples, IIT Kharagpur has a hub in AI ML. IIT Jodhpur has one in vision. IIT Hyderabad has one in data analytics. ISC Bangalore has in autonomous systems. IIT Kanpur has in cyber security, and so on. And these hubs are already operational and working with many of the initiatives of defense forces. The second, also very important, is that developing a solution is not good enough on its own, because academic institutions are not well geared towards deploying those solutions. So we also need to work with startups and industry to do this technology and knowledge transfer, where they can take them, make them deployable, maintainable, and extendable for foreseeable future, and provide the necessary services associated. So as part of these technology innovation hubs, we do have also a mandate to nucleate a lot of startups and work with industry to carry forward just this. And finally, and not the, so probably one of the most important, the most important aspect of an academic institution is to train next generation. And that's, we presumably do a reasonable job of this, and we hope to do an equally good job in training the next generation in these new technologies, be it AI and other tools. In fact, many academic institutions are already taking forward this initiative and nucleated academic programs specifically tailored for these technologies. Again, to give some examples, IIT Hyderabad has one undergraduate in AI. IIT Madras also has a distance or online learning program in AI. IIT Kanpur has a master's in cybersecurity, and so on. And with respect to training, I just would like to say one more thing, that many of the armed forces officials do come to our institutions to get their masters in many various areas. Perhaps it is time we think about specifically targeted training in these domains and create a distinct program. And many of these, us academic institutions can get together and create a program which can perhaps do a good job in bringing up the officers up to the latest technologies. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Professor Agarwal. You've been really quick, but you've given a very comprehensive understanding of what IITs are doing all over the country in not just promoting the use of artificial intelligence, but actually, giving us the future leaders in artificial intelligence. And this nation is extremely grateful to teachers like you who have trained students. And as I keep saying, IITs are the biggest GDP contributors now in our country. I mean, IITians are the biggest GDP contributors with unicorns. And I'm sure the day is not away when we are going to have a defense unicorn coming out of maybe some of our IITians and other engineering students. So now we come to the last part of this panel, and this is going to be represented by the industry. We have the Director R&D, Mr. Rajshekhar from Bharat Electronics. Friends, you've seen a large number of products being unveiled, 75 products actually, being unveiled by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, dealing with AI and defense. Out of these 75 products, public sector companies have actually created 40 of them, and out of those 40, I would say the bulk of them have actually come in from the stables of Bharat Electronics. So it would be interesting for all of us to hear from Mr. Rajshekhar, what kind of a future you think as AI got in defense, and what are the steps being taken by the industry in furthering AI in defense? Mr. Rajshekhar.
Good afternoon to you all. Thanks to drive from MOD and the requirements from services, our collaboration with DRDO and academia, BEL has been working on AI-based solutions in almost all the technology verticals. Today, I'm very happy to say that about 40 AI projects in the last 3 years we have developed, and some of them have been deployed also. Thanks to services, we have in fact been interacting with them closely. We have a technology incubation forum with Navy, and also we have signed MOUs with both Army and Air Force, so that we know their requirements and we are adopting AI for the solutions that we have developed for them. In fact, just to read some of them, basically in the BFSR-SR we have implemented classification, Doppler classification. Earlier we used to listen to the sound and say what is the target. Today we have developed an AI solution which can classify and tell what is the target, whether it is a moving vehicle or a moving man, crawling man, like that we'll be able to say. Then we have, in fact, with Navy, one command system where we have deployed big 6 command stations, and we have developed a big data analytics tool and also machine learning. Today we'll be able to say the details, because so much of data we are getting from all of these command systems, and taking out the relevant data from them is a very onerous task, and Bell has worked on the AI part of it, and we have developed such system for Navy also. Similarly, we have been working on predictive maintenance systems for Navy and Air Force. And also we have developed gesture recognition system, which is a very important AI-based software, which our CRLs have developed. In fact, what we have experienced in some of the perimeter security surveillance systems, the road is very close to the airbase, and it is very difficult to say that whether somebody is moving on the road because there is a road, or somebody is trying to bring a weapon, somebody is crouching, crawling. All those things, this gesture analytics will analyze and alert the cameras. Cameras will look into that direction, and automatically their videos are analyzed, and then the output is given. So a lot of AI applications we have developed. Another we have, of course, in the morning, speech recognition, language translation is another important AI-based solution that we have brought in. So we have also gone into social media analytics, terrorist-initiated incidents, terrorist-committed atrocities, and then giving out what kind of activities, terrorist-related activities that we can predict. That kind of tool is also developed. We have employed that in our Kohima smart cities, and also trying to give to various police forces also. And we have been working with Air Force for enemy aircraft activity recognition and classification as a part of the ISECS activities. Like that, almost whatever the EW system also, we are doing now classification of data based on AI, because a lot of pulse descriptor words will come, and it's very difficult to say the target details, and now we are able to analyze through AI and come out with proper, better insights into the intercepts that we get. So as brought out, in fact, video analytics in another one, probably surveillance as brought out with Dayal, that when we do the surveillance either with the UAVs or with the aircrafts, the reconnaissance and surveillance system through a lot of video. And it is very difficult to sit back and then analyze that video and find out the target that we are looking for. So we have developed a video analytics tool which automatically goes through these videos and gives us the relevance. Suppose you want the gun pits are there or not, we'll be able to get those gun pits. So that kind of analysis over a video of a few gigabytes is easily done today using the AI. Similarly, many applications, in fact, we are also working in addition to the blockchain, Parmizu blockchain, we are working for establishing a communication amongst the DPSUs and also supply chain management. And basically the combat systems that Dayal has bought, WLR is one thing where we are able to detect the source and the impact point of the ammunitions. There also we are trying to put the AI to understand what kind of ammunition is this, and automatically the feedback can be sent. So a lot of activity has been done in Bell. We have established a supercomputer in our CRL based on DJX1, 250 teraflops, and all of our scientists at CRLs and also software engineers at the software group, they are making use of this facility, and we are able to quickly train our models. Of course, we are doing it with the open data sets today, and in some cases we have access to even the data from the services. Recently we have done the platform sensor analysis, wherein we got a lot of data, and we could analyze that data and make a dashboard, wherein we will be able to say which sensor is working well and which sensor is not working well. So whether it is, we are able to get accurate intercepts with these sensors. So I think that AI is all pervasive now, and thanks to MOD and services, as I said, in DRDO, we are able to really employ it and deploy these solutions, and we hope that we will be able to provide that extra edge that services are looking by employing the AI, and I'm very confident that Bell will be able to push forward and further take this AI to a level where all the services will be happy with the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajshekhar. We're really short of time, but in case any of the participants has a very important point to make or a suggestion to make, you're free to do it. Maybe a couple of points coming in from the audience. Anybody? And I can also tell you that, all these products that we have launched are all part of the book that has been released by the Honorable Raksha Mantri. And this book also is an e-book which will be published on our websites. And you can also have a look at some of the products, some of the marquee products that have been put out in the exhibition. And I'm sure with the armed forces showing their intent to make use of artificial intelligence in all their operations, at the same time the academia, the research institutions and the industry coming forward, we've witnessed arguably the biggest and the largest AI in defense or the AI launch event in our country. And I'm sure this is just at just the start of a huge revolution that's going to help our armed forces, not just get augmented with the latest and the futuristic products, but it also will be a huge economic multiplier for our country, as been predicted by the Niti Aayog and all the other recommendations and the reports that artificial intelligence is going to be a major factor, not just in defense, but also in the commercial applications. I don't see any raise of hands, so I'm assuming that our panel was very comprehensive. There's one here? Okay, yes, please. Yeah. Can somebody give him a mic? Kindly introduce yourself and, yeah, there's a mic coming from the other side. Kindly introduce yourself. Yeah, no, but it's coming your way. You can, but you're audible. Yeah, you're here.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So thank you. I have to jump in the current because nobody asking questions. So I'm Group Captain, retired Ludovic Dumont from MBDA, Missiles Company. My question is directed to all of you, but maybe mainly to Air Marshal Tiwari, because it's regarding air defense. Being a missile manufacturer, I would be interested to know how you consider the, I would say, the use of AI in the air defense system, the future air defense system. I said it concerns all the three services because it's a general topic, but I guess with the future air defense command, Indian Air Force will be in the front line. Dr. Subrata from DRDO has mentioned that the AI the most complex and difficult in defense, and I share this opinion. So my question is the following. So how do you plan to keep the human in the loop, considering air defense, to have a balanced approach between this intelligence and the human appreciation? And for foreign OEM like us, what is the future for us? How do we have to consider, this is maybe more dedicated for the MOD, do we have to interact with Indian company in the, I would say, the mind of Make in India, or do we have to interact direct with the three services? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If you have anybody else, I'll request Air Marshal Tiwari to give a brief answer, and I can see one more raise, and this possibly will be the last question, but kindly respond to MBDA's question, Air Marshal Tiwari.
Yeah, thank you for your question. First of all, as far as the our air defense network is concerned, we are working very closely. As you know, this air defense network is largely in cooperation with Bell, which is a main partner in this. And what we have done is right from the beginning that we have taken, we know that there is a lot of data being generated, and this data is getting modeled for various kinds of decision support systems. So today we are not right now looking at how to employ the weapon, but we are more looking at how you can speed up the decision making for the air defense operator, who could be a fighter controller on the ground, or who could be a a missile system operator on the ground. So to do this, 4 or 5 things are right now going on. One is for the fighter controller, interception guidance based on target target position, its maneuvering, as well as how your own fighter aircraft is positioned. It gives you a suggested course of action for faster interception, voice identification to analyze. Okay, at times you can hear the voice, but you don't know who is on the other side, or if he's speaking in a foreign language, to understand what is he doing, what is the maneuver, or what is he communicating. So these are certain projects. The other part we are looking at also is threat evaluation and weapon assessment. So we are also looking at where this threat is going to, what is his target area based on his maneuvering, based on his direction, and how we can warn or forewarn that area that you can expect such a system that is approaching, and therefore he is forewarned. So these are some of the areas we are right now working in. As far as the second part of the question is concerned, when you need to concern with the services or with the industry which is partnering, I think it will be a consultative process which will take into account all. Finally, the industry has to understand the services requirement. So it has to be a collaborative process. The solution will come from the industry, but it has to take into account all that the services require, and then only we will have a successful solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marshal Tiwari. So now we'll only have one suggestion coming in, because I could see the raise of hand. Can't be a question because we don't have time for the answer. You can have your answers offline, because I think we are going to have a tea break, and after that we are going to have 2 more sessions. So we are seriously running out of time. Yeah, you can make a quick suggestion if you have.
So the point was for Subrato sir. This is Brigadier Muthukumar from the CE Directorate ENC branch. He was speaking about some plasticity at the production stage, well taken. He was also saying that not to have flexibility in the employment of AI at deployment stage will be counterintuitive, well taken. The point was that the problem statement or the hypothesis will have to be very, very well defined. I believe a lot of exercise should take place in defining the very problem statement. So it's not a question, it's only a suggestion. So I believe that the very beginning has to be elaborate for the end to be of some meaning, since academia and students are listening. Thank you.
A very valid point. In fact, a well-defined problem is almost 90% of the solution. In fact, that's what we've seen in various IDEX projects. So friends, we have had a very illuminating first session. We had the members of the services, academia and industry speaking to you about various aspects. We'll quickly break for a quick tea and come back in next 15 minutes to start our next 2 sessions, which again are equally important. So I will solicit your cooperation in this regard. And I'd like to thank all the panelists here. I know I was a little bit harsh on time, but considering that we're already running behind schedule, you guys have done a great job in terms of presenting the respective point of views. Thank you very much.
Quick photo. Yeah. For the tea, you'd have to move to my left and your right. As we move on with the proceedings of AI DEF, our next session is on Gen Next AI Solutions. I would introduce the moderator first and then the panelist. Shri Mudit Narayan, Advisor, Defense Innovation Organization, is the moderator for this session. He is currently the advisor to Defense Innovation Organization and has previously served as the Chief Technology Officer in the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. He holds 2 master's degrees in Engineering and Public Policy from MIT and is an undergraduate in Civil and Environmental Engineering from Delhi College of Engineering, now DTU. He served in the energy practice of World Bank for 7 years, working on projects across 9 countries in 3 continents. Mudit worked in India's foremost incubator at IIM Ahmedabad, CIIE, for 2 years before joining Niti Aayog to establish the Atal Innovation Mission, where he served for almost 4 years, establishing multiple national schemes and helping innovation and entrepreneurship in the country. Mudit's interests include energy, climate change, innovation for development, entrepreneurship, and policy. Our first panelist is Dr. Ranjana. Dr. Ranjana has worked on naval systems and naval weapon software programs. She has also worked on Agni systems integration and is a graduate in physics and postgraduate in computer science. She holds a doctorate in the field of formal verification of mission software, and she has been instrumental in developing the DRDO standard for software development, DSSD. She is now the director for the Directorate of Systems and Technology Analysis. Our second panelist is Dr. Manan Suri, Associate Professor, IIT Delhi, and founder, Cryan AI Solutions. Dr. Manan Suri leads the NBM and Neuromorphic Hardware Research Group at Delhi. Dr. Suri has been globally recognized as a leading deep tech innovator. He was selected by MIT Technology Review as one of the world's top 35 innovators under the age of 35 and top 10 Indian innovators under 35 in 2018. Dr. Suri received the prestigious IEEE EDS Early Career Award in 2018, Young Scientist Award 2017, the National Academy of Sciences Young Engineers Award in 2016 from the Institute of Engineers, and Laurent Dupree 2014 from the French Nanoscience Foundation. He received the INEE Young Engineer Award in 2021 and was also elected as an associate of the Indian Academy of Sciences in 2020. Dr. Suri is the founder of a deep tech startup, Cryan AI Solutions, which has developed multiple innovative technology products and solutions. Our third panelist is Dr. Saurabh Bansal. He's an associate professor and Microsoft chair professor at IIT Delhi and works in the areas of programming languages and operating systems. His primary research interests involve investigating super optimization based compiler design. Dr. Saurabh obtained his BTech from IIT Delhi and PhD from Stanford University. Our next panelist is Dr. Kuldeep Yadav. He is currently the Director AI, SHL India Private Limited, and is working towards bringing fair and equitable hiring through use of AI-powered assessments and platforms. Dr. Kuldeep has previously led the design and development of AI-powered products at Videocon. He has been covered by 8 granted US patents and several conference publications in top conferences. Having worked in different roles at Xerox Research, Microsoft Research, and Nokia Research in India, Dr. Kuldeep has a vast experience in the domains of AI research and technology. Over to you, Mudit.
Thank you. Welcome back, all of you. We have a very distinguished panel, and as you heard from their backgrounds, a panel which spans industry, academia, research, and most importantly, the academics on this panel, the 2 of them, are also entrepreneurs and startup founders themselves. AI is an emerging field, a field where India has a lot of strengths and a long distance to cover. And yet it's one of those fields where the gap between industry and academia is narrowing. As you heard, those who are teaching are also those who are doing. There's that famous adage that those who can do and those who can't teach, but not in this space. So it's a great privilege for us to be on stage with people who are actually delivering things. And not only do we have representatives from the defense space, but also from AI practitioners in other spaces. And given that we've had a very heavy session prior to this, we thought we'll flip things around a little bit, which is to invite questions at the beginning. So we have great insights coming from the panelists, but if you have any burning questions, I am inviting 2 questions that we can use to guide our panel. And I would prefer if they would come from students, but anybody is welcome to get things going. So you have mics on the aisles. If you have a question which you want the panel to address even before they share their insights, you have this minute. Do we have somebody brave who can start things off? Maybe not. Maybe we'll challenge you and then they'll incite and invite more questions. I'll start with inviting Dr. Ranjana to share her experience, her work in the current role working with startups as well as industry. And also, as I'll invite all of the panelists later on, to share one insight which is relevant for practitioners of 2 kinds, those who are in the AI space and looking to work in defense, or who are outside the AI space and are open to sharing and learning new things, as well as relevant to students. So one insight that you would want them to start off with.
So I think we had a very good session prior to this one, highlighting what is the AI in defense. Now, as we know, AI is very promising today, and it is going to be more promising in the next 10 years. So there has to be an all-round thinking about the AI, and starting from not just the applications. So there are a lot of applications which are coming up, and many people are getting the expertise to deploy these applications under various so to say use cases that we are saying this is where I'll apply the AI and I will get the application going. The major impact right now is to look at 10 years hence as DRDO, where you are looking at not just the application, the current deployments, we are looking at what will be the future requiring. The better algorithms, the faster deployment, the data space, which is right now very cluttered, and there is a lot of effort going on in decluttering the data space. How to organize this data these are the aspects that are going on. So beyond that, once you are wanting a quick result, a lot of industry is already coming up, and much of the industry definitely is delivering a lot of applications in a very, very specific area. But the cutting edge areas where the R&D is required, where the direct solutions are not available or they are not applicable, you have to make certain more algorithms. We are investing a lot, not only in DRDO, where the scientists are working on these algorithms, we are also taking help of the industry which is working deep into the R&D of these AI algorithms. The third part is, again, the blue sky research, where we are working a lot with the academia. In fact, Honorable Raksha Mantri in the morning mentioned that there are 10 DIA COEs, which we call as DRDO, Industry and Academia Center of Excellences. Out of these 10, the 4 have the major vertical as the artificial intelligence. And 5 more are coming up in this area, and these definitely have out of them, I think most of them will have AI as their primary vertical to, bring out the latest in the AI. On the next front, we are also working as Technology Development Fund of DRDO is investing a lot in startups as well as MSMEs to work in the area of the artificial intelligence, especially in the areas which are not directly deployment, something like, simulator for autonomous systems, which can, on a simulator, you can deploy an AI and see the performance. So these are the kind of things that we are working on with the industry to bring out some of the cutting edge areas of AI, and I think we will take forward more and more ideas that can be used in the future.
Thank you, ma'am. So moving from DRDO, I'll take on the first representative from academia. We have Dr. Saurabh Bansal. He's had a very long and distinguished career on compilers and OS. So maybe a little bit of introduction on your work and how you are seeing that translate into the real world.
All right. Thank you, Mudit, and thank you for having me on the panel. I echo Dr. Ranjana's views that the previous panel was very good. I'm a faculty member at IIT Delhi, as you already probably know, and I'm also the co-founder of Compiler AI, and we have a stall upstairs. So what are we doing in compilers and OS that is kind of so interesting, how we are marrying artificial intelligence with compilers? Why is our company called Compiler AI? So we are basically using AI techniques to automatically validate or verify the correctness of software and the correctness of compiler. And this has applications in the certification requirements for mission critical software. So if any software that goes into mission critical systems, like an aeroplane, where loss of life can be involved if there's a bug in the software, or in our vehicle, where once again loss of life can happen if there's a bug in the automobile software. So these are big problems, and we are using AI to identify any such bugs or certify that there is an absence of these bugs. So that's basically what we do. Did I answer your question, or?
How did you translate your research into what are you in the AiDef project?
Yes, so this is a vision that we had a long time back, even during my PhD, that compilers can be kind of re-architected in a way such that we use AI to do compilers. At that time, we didn't used to call it AI. This is back in 2005 or 6, where we would use search algorithms to basically automatically learn optimizations and validate them. And I did my PhD in that area, and then at Stanford University, and then I basically worked in the industry for some time, and then came to academia. When I came to academia, I kind of started pursuing that same idea again. It is after 15 years of work that we realized that we have something which is doable, which is kind of something that can be used by people and kind of commercializable. And so today we are we applied to the IDEX program, and we got a grant from them. We are also talking to aerospace manufacturers and trying to translate our research, which is automation of these verification and validation tasks, into the industry. This has been an incredibly fulfilling task because all the papers that we write and all the algorithms that we develop, when we actually see that somebody actually kind of really wants to use it and wants to pay money for it, it's a very fulfilling task, and that's what we have been kind of doing.
Thank you. Coming back to industry, we have a representative who's working in very deep AI-powered systems, but outside the field of defense. Dr. Kuldeep Yadav represents SHL Systems Private Limited, and they use AI and other algorithms for improving assessments. So my question to you, of course, please request you to introduce your work as it pertains to AI, and also how do you see the transition from research that is probably in academia into the kind of work, and examples would be welcome.
Sure, thanks Manan, and very happy to be here. So in SHL, the work that we are doing is how can you measure job skills through AI-powered assessment. So for example, you are trying to hire somebody for a given job profile. Can that job profile be broken down automatically in terms of some kind of skills and competencies, and which can be probably measured by an AI, right? So that's the kind of problem statement that we do as part of our day-to-day job. With respect to the problems that we face with respect to AI, there are a multitude of problems. We work with different kind of data. The skill and assessment space is shifting from purely multiple choice kind of questions to a free flow kind of questions, where instead of clicking one A, B, C, D, you can actually reply, you can respond just like you do in a Viva Voice or any other output format, right? So that's the kind of shift that is going through in skills and assessment space, and I see a very, very strong kind of a correlation with even in AI in defense for that kind of outcome. With respect to applying AI in production, right, it's a very, very different space. So for all the students right here, and let me try and be a little bit provocative. The data sets that you see in open world they don't work. Specifically in enterprise space. So there is a huge space between what is openly available in terms of both data and algorithms, and what can really be working in production space is very, very different. For example, if I have to give you a very, very specific example around speech to text, you would see some open source data sets where you would find some speech samples, and you would also find a corresponding text using which you can train your own, let's say, automatic speech recognition models, right? And you would be happy saying, hey, I got this much accuracy. But when you take that model and deploy in real world, that breaks horribly, because the kind of diverse dialect, kind of diverse speech that you, and the kind of diverse noise, right, in a battlefield or in a combat kind of area, the kind of noise that you would see in an ASR system is going to be very, very different, that no open source data set is going to comply. So that is the kind of problem that we see in real world, and I think you should prepare for finding those kind of problems. Just be open, just be very, just keep your eyes and ears open, and you will see problems in real world which can be solved using AI. And always collect your own real world data sets also along with what you find in open source.
Thank you, Dr. Kuldeep. I will, I think, come back to you on that point. Let me invite Dr. Manan Suri, also from IIT Delhi, and also a startup founder and entrepreneur, and part of the IDEX ecosystem. So we'll request you to share your work on semiconductors and how it relates to AI.
Sure. Thank you, Pudit, and thanks to fellow panelists. So we have been working in the domain of AI hardware, specialized AI hardware, since more than a decade now. During the days of my PhD, I used to work on extremely advanced nanoelectronics for bio-inspired computing, or what is also known as neuromorphic computing or neuro-inspired computing. And from moving from hardware and semiconductors or nanotechnology, we transitioned more towards application use cases. And currently, one of our solutions is under the IDEX project. It has been adopted by the Army or the Tri-Services for different edge AI use cases. So I think, Mudit, as you asked about the link, and also because there are some students here who are really interested to go into the domain of AI, what I would suggest or what I would mention is that data and algorithms would always be in a flux. They will keep coming and going, and more rapidly than you can imagine. So the key essential here is the platforms which enable the amount of compute which you want to achieve. So the actual difference which has come over the few decades or through the AI winters is the hardware, the computing architectures, the CPUs, GPUs. So if you're going into a domain like AI, latch onto something, at least have some eye on something which is more fundamental, which is not in a flux. So definitely keep an eye also on the hardware and the engines which make the algorithms and the data work in the first place.
Thank you, but I'll stay with Dr. Manan and Dr. Saurav for a minute. Referring to what Dr. Kuldeep said, that there is a lot which changes when your code goes into production. We have a lot of youngsters here, hopefully many of whom will be India's AI people of the future. What will you guide them in terms of what makes a good engineer, a good AI engineer? What should he or she be preparing for, and so that the code actually goes into production at a reliable form? So taking forward from what Dr. Kuldeep was saying. And it's open to both of you.
Okay, so the context of today's discussion is AI in defense, right? And I would like to state that AI in defense versus AI in anything else is very different. So, unlike any other defense technology, you talk about ammo, you talk about fighters, tanks. These things, design and development of these things is not crowdsourced. It's not open sourced. So the timelines which move with the development, induction, procurement of these things, it's a different, heritage timeline. But if you talk about something like AI, with the open source movement, it is so, it's pretty much crowdsourced. People have access to AI sitting at home, building their own detection models, recognition models, and so on. So for defense, you need to have a time advantage with respect to your adversaries. So you're basically competing against a crowdsourced technology. So both at the developer side as well as the user side, that sensitivity to the timeline has to come. It's not linked. So as a developer, as a student, as someone stepping into this field, AI for defense, you have to be very reconfigurable. You have to be very agile. You have to, so you have to be ready to changes very fast. And as a person adopting the technology, you obviously cannot apply timelines for tanks and fighters to technologies like AI.
So, thank you, Manan. So I guess the question is, I'll just rephrase the question. So the question is like, how can you become a very good AI engineer? What are my advice for a good AI engineer? So I would say, my advice is, and this is the advice I have for everybody actually, is that pick an important try to pick an important problem on which you can probably get you have some handle on, or some kind of insight that you think that this problem can be solved in the next 5-10 years or something like that, in a reasonable amount of time frame. And if you are, and kind of spend a lot of time in identifying such a problem, it should be important, it should be very important ideally, and at the same time there should be some tractability to it. And I think there are many problems today, and because of the new advances in AI hardware, as Manan said, there are many advantages there. So that is one thing. The other thing I would say is AI is a technique. AI is not an area. AI is a method. And so for you, it is more important to identify the problem space than to, identify the technique or the solution space. And the problem space could be defense, problem space could be vision, problem space could be software validation, optimization, whatever it is. Identify your passion or something that you care about deeply as a problem space. And then AI will be just a tool that helps you achieve the solution in that problem space. Okay, so I would generally approach it in that way.
Thank you. I think that's very good advice for all engineers to start from the problem that you're trying to solve. Dr. Anjana, if I can bring the conversation back to you on the topic that Dr. Manan quickly referred to, which is on open source versus certification, and this has been your field of expertise. How do you see that evolution? Because all AI engines need constant training, they need new data sets, and yet a warfighter, a Yodha on the field needs reliability and dependability and not be dependent on open source. So how do you balance those in your experience?
So, yeah, like he's working, I believe, on the compiler also. And compiler validation is something that we have been looking for quite so many years. And if AI can help in compiler validation, definitely I think there is a hope that AI can help in validation, or AI itself can be validated. So the burning question is the certification of these AI algorithms. And definitely wherever the human life is involved, our aerospace certifications are very, very tough. And a lot of time goes in taking up those activities which actually ensure the reliability and quality of the fighter. There are multiple programs which are starting. There is a lot of research happening that how do you verify an AI algorithm, and some of them are around, laying down the boundaries, which are, you don't operate, you don't allow, and then there are ethical issues, which also Honorable Prime Minister mentioned to some extent. The ethical boundaries are that you don't allow AI to take a call on taking a decision which involves a life. Now there's a lot of debate which is happening. We have to wait for those kind of outcomes, and also keep working on validation. See, explainable AI is another aspect. There is a lot of deep research going on in that. If you can work on the explainable AI kind of the things, maybe the validation of AI will give some directions on there. As of now, today, it's a research problem that how do you validate an AI? And in fact, the work that we have done, the formal verification also is doing its bit to bring out certain aspects that if you can verify an AI algorithm based on the formal verifications. So these are the general directions. Now this is a general research which is going on, which is most applicable today in defense for the want of quality and reliability. And I think each of these directions needs to be taken separately by different research groups to give out some of the ideas that how do we validate the using ethical guidelines, one part. Second, explainable AI. Third is the validation aspects of an AI deployment.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a question.
We have a question.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yes. Okay. Actually, talking about the ethical aspects, me being a researcher in AI myself, when we develop AI systems, I always have this doubt and anxiety when we talk about privacy issues. So, with all the AI tracking us, how do we tackle this problem of privacy? Is there at all privacy? I just wanted to ask that.
Shall we take, are there any other questions? I can take a couple and then. Okay, can we get that mic quickly? Please go ahead. I can see you. Please go ahead.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. My name is Vibhu Bhardwaj, and I am a student of BTech, KIT Group of Institution. And my question is, sir, what are the initiatives of DRDO to promote AI, and how students are going to participate, or how can we participate in that?
Thank you. So that's a very specific question.
Yeah.
And maybe then you can also look at the privacy aspect as was asked by the previous.
Yeah. So so we have been interning students. So as my colleague Dr. Rakshit had said, 30 years back we had taken this initiative for the CARE, and 20 years back it took the momentum. So in that sense, we have been training a lot of students as interns in AI. Now, as he said, it's not just one lab which is working in the cutting edge area of the AI. Every single lab which is working on DRDO project and is also working on the certain weapons or systems or specific kind of a, simulation setups, all these places wherever there is AI application, the interns are being invited, and there is a process being followed for that, and you can apply as an intern for these kind of projects. The second part is that we, through our centers of excellence, you can join any of our projects which are already instituted to these centers of excellences, and these are working in AI in defense specifically. The third part is DIAT is regularly giving online courses of 12 weeks to give you the training on AI. It is also giving very specialized courses for 1 year. Also, it is giving specialized courses for 10 years residential courses. So I would say 12 years is an online training course by DIAT. 10 days course is a residential course of intense training, and 1 year course is partly residential and partly online to take the diploma in the AI. So these are some of the initiatives that are being done. Secondly, we are also allowing the Dare to Dream contest to give your ideas in there. And if your ideas are worthy of implementation in defense, they are mentored through these startups. These are multi-pronged things that we have taken, and as the universities, we take their projects through our extramural department, where the students work with the PI to solve these AI problems. So these are multiple avenues that students can work with DRDO for AI in defense.
And would you like to share some thoughts on the privacy aspects before I go to the
actually,
panelists?
privacy aspect is certainly, I don't know how to relate it to defense, because definitely not directly related, but certain thoughts I can just share it with you. How do you call, suppose a music is made out of, AI creates a music, and the training is done by, say, 1 lakh music albums, right? So you call it a really original music or not? So there is a little bit of misunderstanding, and still the debate is going on. Definitely anonymization of data, if you're using a personal data in health care or something to actually treat somebody better, yes, the anonymization of data will help you. That is where the privacy can be, suppressed. But in terms of, generative images, generative music, generative art, generative documentation, if the training data, so it's again, we don't have the right answers here, but we definitely have some thoughts that whether we treat them as original or not, and whether that infringes on the privacy of people who have created or not, right?
Thank you. Inviting other panelists if you have anything to add on the privacy questions, in defense or otherwise. Dr. Kuldeep.
So I think the privacy aspect of the data goes even outside the AI preview, because we have been collecting data even before the AI became mainstream, right? Like ads data and different kind of data that we're collecting, right? To me, when we build data, when we build AI on a particular data, we need to really follow responsible AI principle, where we basically disclose to the people, right, that we are collecting this data and what purpose that we are collecting this data and how we are going to use this data, store that data for that particular duration and delete it afterwards. Right, so it comes to the builder of the system to basically follow the responsible AI principles, and that has to come mainstream. Unfortunately, it is not right now today. So I mean, it's something that everybody has to work towards.
It goes back to the point of standards in a lot of these systems. Going to Dr. Manan and Dr. Saurav on the topic that we discussed earlier, the idea of explainable AI. How do you see that evolution? Because of course, whether it is privacy, whether it is control, there are a fair bit of concerns on how AI would evolve, would develop, maybe also in C4ISR situations. So how does the explainable AI paradigm make it easier for the commanding officers and the warfighters to be confident of what they're using? And what will it take to explain AI to a non-technical audience? So any thoughts on that?
Okay. So I think this point has been made over and over again, and I totally agree that this is probably the biggest challenge in AI, which is verification and validation of AI output or explainable AI. As Dr. Subrata Rakshit also was mentioning earlier, that how does a commanding officer trust what the AI algorithm is giving out, and what is the specification? First of all, is the specification just input, a representative set of inputs, outputs, or that does not sound very satisfying, because if there's loss of life involved or something like that, then you cannot trust it. So I think this is a very, very important problem. It is a very big problem, and I think the tractability or the handle on it can only be obtained if we look at every domain in a special way. So depending on which domain the AI algorithm is being applied, you will have different answers to how you tackle even privacy concerns, or how you tackle explainability or things like that. So for example, and sometimes it may be better to choose problems such that where it is possible to have explanations and where it is possible to kind of meet all the requirements. So formal verification, I would like to say these are very, very active research areas. There are lots of papers written on formal verification of how to do formal verification of artificial intelligence and things like that. For example, some problems like the problems that we are tackling, which are compiler validation of using AI techniques. There, the explainability is possible using formal verification techniques. But there are some other areas where explainability would not be possible, in which case you would need a human in the loop or things like that. So I think it's a multi-pronged problem. It has, depending on the domain, it will have different solutions. There's a lot of research happening in this space, and if you are interested in this space, I would highly encourage you to pursue this as a higher research degree, like a PhD or something like that. I mean, that's all I can say, unfortunately, at this point. Yes.
Can I ask a question to the panel? Excuse me? A question from here. I'm here.
As Dr. Yadav mentioned about,
Can I go ahead? Yeah, my name is Air Commodore Santosh, and I'm heading the Directorate of Op Network at Air Headquarters. Since the debate is between the academia and the industry, I'll phrase my question. I've written down a few things, so it'll take me a couple of minutes to, throw the question at you. To begin with, in the defense today, it's a huge opportunity. In terms of data, there is plenty of data that is available today. The problem for us is the confidentiality of the data. That means how much of data can I share with you, and at what point in time can I share the data with you. And to me, a solution that should evolve is a continuous process, because optimization of the solution that you give me will take a long time to mature, which means there is a relationship between the expected output and the actual output. So the verification process is going to take a long, long time. So since this debate today is basically AI in defense, two areas where I think AI can contribute immensely to the defense force and especially to the op network where I'm working is game theory, and second is activity templating and trend analysis. So these are two areas where you can contribute, and the use cases are plenty. I mean, I can throw so many use cases to the panel here, but I would like to keep it aside because of the confidentiality. My question is, how will you ensure that the academia and the industry together will come forward and work with the defense forces while maintaining confidentiality and at the same time ensuring that the knowledge that you gain from that is not taken outside, it is given for the purpose of utilization within the forces?
Thank you. I'll take one more quick question and then we'll go back to the panel.
So my name is Cephas, and I had a question to Mr. Yadav. I mean, he was mentioning about how there should be certain, measures and ethics towards building AI with respect to the creators. So are there any measures or ethics or something along those lines that are being put in place by the government or by the industry to, develop these solutions without hampering the privacy issues of the people, or, something along those lines?
Thank you. I think this is on the privacy standards and the data protection standards, but let me just quickly take the question from the Air Force. And this is from my experience with IDEX. There have been a fair number of projects in the IDEX ecosystem which had access to defense data, intercepts of various kinds and so on. And we have evolved systems to ensure data protection, data security, as well as provide a new product or a new IP to the armed services. One constant discussion that happens is the difference between data security and intellectual property. And unfortunately or fortunately, in this space, creation in the space of IP and new compute, the generation of new IP or the new algorithms depends on access to data. However, as the earlier panelists also mentioned, data can be anonymized, it can be decontextualized. And we as in the IDEX team, the IDEX ecosystem, have experience now in decontextualizing data to be able to train your algorithms, to be able to train your engines without compromising the context of where that data came from. And there are two aspects to it. There's the technology aspect and there's the legal aspect. So you, of course, have the NDAs and so on. But there is a technology aspect to it which has evolved over the last couple of years. So what I can assure the audience, the House, is that we are able to create new systems without compromising access to data in any way. But there is a difference between data access and data security and the IP. So we need to make sure that we push on the innovation of IP without letting access to data hamper continuous innovation or improvement in your algorithms. So if that reassures you to some way, but I'll invite my panelists to add if they want to.
Yeah, so I would like to echo with what Mudit mentioned, the logistical answer to your question, bringing academia, startups, and user together. Schemes like IDEX have done a phenomenal job over there. They have broken those barriers, and some of us have experienced it firsthand. Now, to the second part of data, I think at the user end, there needs to be a closer look that what exactly is sensitive in the data. Just blanketly saying that all data is sensitive, it's a slightly restrictive approach. And world over, there is a practice of having representative data sets, which sort of capture the essence of your data, but it's not exactly your data. So if some effort can go, if some, at the user end, if there is a task force or something across the services, which can build representative data sets for the AI problems that they want to address, perhaps that can be shared with the wider community. So.
Another thing is case to case, you will have to look at it, that you do with the simulated data at the off-site, and then you do some training at your on-site. So I think it is a solution that we have to find within ourselves. And of course, I think NDA, he has mentioned that you have the NDA and the closer look at the data sets. I think every solution, every case you have to see how sensitive is that data and how useful it is to share or not share the data and bring out a mechanism. So this is how we have been working, because working together is very important, and that barriers are to be broken down using some of these mechanisms which are safe for both the parties.
And I think you'll hear more on this, or there'll be a little deeper dive into this issue in the next panel. And there have been examples of off-site management of data, stimulated models and so on. Let me go back to Dr. Kuldeep on the question on guardrails of AI and how do you ensure.
So just to answer the very specific question around the checklist. So in industry, we call them checklist, ethics checklist, responsible AI checklist. So I think I have seen something from NASSCOM very recently, which is like a NASSCOM AI governance checklist or something. I may not remember the name correctly, but that was pretty comprehensive. Apart from NASSCOM, world over, there is something called World Economic Forum checklist also, so which you can use. While there might be some deviations specifically for defense in AI, because there it's for national security and you might have different guardrails for that. But I think for building any other industrial AI solution, those two checklists should be sufficient.
Excuse me, Thank you. I think I have time for one more question.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Good afternoon, all the members of the panel.
So
my name is Kritika, and I am from Graphicera University. So my question is, like, will artificial intelligence create more jobs in future than it eliminates? And also, do technologists and engineers have a duty to think about the societal impact of AI, such as labor displacement?
Thank you. That's broader than AI in defense, but one last question and thoughts from all of you, please. Thank you.
I mean, my take on this will be it will create more jobs than eliminate, because only thing is your intellect, the job's intellect level will go higher and higher. Today you are talking about AI based on neurons. Tomorrow you will talk about interaction of AI with humans. And I think there's already a lot of debate is going on that how AI engineers will have to work with how they will be responsible toward the social problems. And I think we had such debates also in certain other departments that we can get across to you. I think there is more from the other panelists if they can add.
No, I think I'll totally echo that sentiment, that we'll probably create more different types of jobs.
Yeah, echo the same thoughts. I think coming from a skilling industry and assessment industry, I can echo that the nature of job would evolve. I think even AI data labeling as an industry was not there like 5 years back, but now it's a multi-billion-dollar industry across the world, right? So you will see the nature of job evolving, but some of the jobs would vanish.
Thank you. I think that's complete consensus. I think we're out of time for more questions, but I'd like to thank all my panelists for a wonderful conversation. I think we picked up threads from the previous session and we've left hooks for the next session. Thank you for your thoughts and insights.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists, and fantastic moderation done. Both the panelists and the audience were excited for more, and that's what AiDef stands for. May I invite Joint Secretary, Defense Industrial Production, Shri Anurag Bajpai, to kindly give away the mementos to this wonderful panel and the moderator. We have a short video on IDEX to provide the August gathering and introduction. So I'll request that the video be played, and then we will go into our third session.
In April 2018, at DEF Expo, our Honorable Prime Minister launched the Innovations for Defence Excellence AiDef.
It will set up defense innovation hub throughout the country to provide necessary incubation and infrastructure support to the startup in defense area.
In such an ecosystem, it will not be an exaggeration to say that our economy is soon going to be driven by these startups.
Establishment has come to the startup community of India and say, friends, come. If we have to break this paradigm of catch-up technologies and start innovating the best technologies in the world, we need your help.
I'm very happy to tell you that as part of IDEX, we have been running Defense India Startup Challenge, in which more than 2,000 startups have participated in various rounds. And through the partner incubators that we have all over the country, now we have been able to connect many startups to the defense problems, with IDEX finding place in the defense acquisition procedure. We are very confident that many of these products and startups would gain foothold into the defense procurement process. And we are very confident that many of these startups will also emerge as future defense enterprises.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Now we are entering to the last phase of today's event, and this session is on artificial intelligence in defense industry perspective. So you have seen session 1 as well as session 2. So you have seen the academia as well as you have seen the other part of it. The industry is the interface between the two. So now we'll be starting this session. For this session, I'll be inviting all the esteemed panelists here on the dais. So first in the sequence is Mr. J.D. Patil. Sir, may I request you to come on the dais, sir? Mr. J.D. Patil is member of the Executive Council of Management and advisor to the CEO and MD for L&T Defense Business and New Age Smart Technology businesses. He has served on the board of L&T as a whole-time director and senior executive vice president. He is an alumnus of IIT Mumbai, having pursued M.Tech Mechanical Engineering way back in 1978. He is a rich, more than 4 decades of long career in L&T. Mr. Patil is chairman of the board of directors of L&T MBDA Missile Systems Limited. He is founder chairperson of Indian Space Association, ISPA. He is also a member of the board of InSpace and a member of CII National Committee. He has been conferred honorary fellowship by Indian National Academy of Engineering and the Project Management Associates, India, and has been honored by IIT Bombay with the prestigious Distinguished Alumnus Award in the Diamond Jubilee year of the Institute. He has also been conferred with the honorary membership of Indian Institute of Metals. Next in the sequence is Dr. Subrato Rakshit. Dr. Subrato Rakshit Dr. Subrato Rakshit was already there in session 1, so he needs no introduction, but in brief I will mention here Dr. Subrato Rakshit. He is the Director, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. Prior to this, he was Associate Director, Technology Care. Dr. Subrato Rakshit did his BTech from IIT Bombay in Engineering Physics and completed his MS in Electrical Engineering and PhD in Image Processing from Caltech, USA, and a short postdoctoral fellowship at Washington University. He joined CARE DRDO way back in December 1994, where he has worked till date. At CARE DRDO, Dr. Rakshit has worked on image processing, computer vision, neural networks, and cyber security. He has published a number of papers in peer-reviewed journals, international and national conferences. He has received DRDO award for his work on neural network-based image matching and for image and video processing for net-centric systems. He has contributed to the Raksha Mantri's Artificial Intelligence Task Force report and has interacted with various MOD organizations regarding adoption of AI technologies in indigenous defense systems. Now I will be inviting Commodore Ajay Sharma, retired. He is the Vice President, Head Marine Systems, Defense R&D, Bharat Forge Limited. May I request you, sir, come on the dais. Commodore Ajay Sharma, retired, is the Vice President, Head Marine Systems, Defense R&D, Bharat Forge Limited, and has been with Bharat Forge since last 8 years. He is the part of the top leadership of Bharat Forge Limited and has played pivotal role in formulation and implementation of defense strategic plan. He has been instrumental in providing technology leadership to guide and mentor teams to achieve operational excellence at Bharat Forge Limited. He is a technocrat with MTech in Communications from IIT Delhi and MSc in Defense Studies. Commodore Ajay Sharma was an important part of R&D organization of Indian Navy, Weapon Electronic System Engineering establishment for 12 years and possesses 3 decades of rich and diverse experience in Indian Navy in various middle and senior management levels. Now I will be inviting Mr. Surit Hajara. He is a country head defense Honeywell India. Sir, please come on the dais. Mr. Surit Hajara has over 20 years experience in aerospace across product engineering, strategy, account management, and sales. His current responsibilities include driving growth for Honeywell Defense and space business, partnering to develop greater Make in India capabilities. He is a partner with in-country Honeywell engineering teams to drive custom offering regional solutions. He is a Bachelor in Electrical Engineering and MBA from the Indian School of Business. Now I will be inviting Ms. Brinda Kapoor. Ma'am, please come on the dais. She is a deep technology entrepreneur with a focus on lab-to-market innovation. She is the recipient of numerous national and international awards in recognition of her work. She is the co-founder of Third iTech, a company focused on building CMOS image sensors and AI-enabled tools to revolutionize data science. In 2020, she was selected to present her work to the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, at Defense Expo. In 2019, Ms. Brinda Kapoor was awarded the Army Design Bureau Award of Excellence by then Chief of Army Staff, General Bipin Rawat, for her contribution to enhance the operational capabilities of the Indian Army. Last in the sequence is Mr. Ranrup Iyengar. May I request you to please come on the dais. He is the founder, MD of Cognate Semantics, one of the leading companies working on AI in defense, focusing on ISR since 2015. His organization was competitively selected by PSA's office to deliver a solution of strategic importance to the forces. Mr. Anrup holds 7 patents at USPTO and 9 pending at India PTO. Prior to Cognate, he used to be an analog signal processing staff engineer at Broadcom, working on chip design. He is an alumni of BITS Plani and RV College of Engineering. And now I will be inviting Shri Anurag Bajpayee, sir. Yeah, he's already there. So he needs no introduction. So I will hand over the session to him for moderating the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Maharshi. Very good afternoon to all of you. I hope now this is the last session and you all must be tired. So we will be making this session brief but very interesting. We have with us industry champions being led by Mr. J.D. Patil, who does not need any introduction. He has headed L&T. We have a startup champion, starting from the extreme right. If we see Ms. Vrunda Kapoor, she is one of the leading startup champion in AI sector, and followed by others who are in the panel. We have outstanding scientists with us from DRDO, who needs no introduction because he has already spoken in the first session. So I would welcome all the panelists in this session. Since morning, from first session, we have heard services, we have heard scientists, we have heard some startups in the second session, whatever the opportunities which are available for the students. Few questions have also been taken. Now we have everything on the plate, but nothing can be completed without the industry participation. Though there are some DPSUs, that defense public sector undertakings, who are working in this field, but unless the private industry or the startups come in this space, there will be a gap in this space. And that is why all the industry champions are here. I don't need to go into the details of AI because everybody understands here what is AI and what is its significance. But what we have seen so far, there are many products in the civilian side. In military side, there are few products, but if we see today's event, it was one of the biggest event when 75 products have been launched at a single platform. Still we see that there is a lot of scope in the military space where our industry, startups or MSMEs can work a lot. Seeing the present global scenario and in view of the future warfare, I'm sure that AI plays a significant role on national defense. There are few low-hanging fruits for the industry that may include logistics, supply chain management, cyber security, which may strengthen the foundation of engagement with the military, Indian military. There may be some high-end technologies like ISR, which was spoken in the first session by the services, that is intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, weapon systems, which may involve high-end technologies. The issue which I have perceived being in Ministry of Defense between the industry and the services, that is the sharing of data. We know that our forces are custodian of data, use data, and there is a apprehension which we have seen in the previous session, that apprehension regarding the secrecy of the data or confidentiality of the data. But our industry is here today. They are here to speak about how they have perfected their system, perfected their mechanism, so that it can be made secure. There is also a means a step which needs to be taken from the services side, that they are supposed to develop a mechanism and maintain a balance that what can be developed in-house and what can be given outside their domain or their R&D organization. I'll leave this here. First, I would request our champion, Mr. J.D. Patil, L&T, who is from Larsen & Toubro, to say something on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Anurag ji. I see very clearly AI today in defense is virtually, a quote just comes to my mind. It's like Intel Inside. Today I don't see any major weapon system or a platform we can think of without any AI inside. Why I say this is all of us in industry who began doing the design and development, we truly start seeing how do you make your systems far different, far better, and towards that, the AI becomes extremely useful. The very rudimentary aspect of this started coming into our systems, let's say about 3 decades back, in the form of byte. A system which essentially does a self-diagnosis to be able to say what could be wrong and actually give a clue to the operator as to what needs to be corrected. And that's, I would say, is the earliest of the beginning of how good a byte you can put into a system of your own. And from there on, purely speaking on the military, and just with a small example, if you have an artillery system, we know that when you do an artillery fire, artillery is not an intelligent weapon, and when it's not an intelligent weapon, where you fire from and the kind of platform you're firing from actually would affect the accuracy at the end point. Now, as soon as you fire the first shot, there's still a warming up which is still happening on the barrel and varieties of systems associated. And whatever you would get on the first of the shot would never be so very accurate. It may be reasonable, but not an accurate one. Also, what happens in case of any of these shots is there's a good amount of shake that the overall system goes through, including the entire platform undergoing a shake and needs to stabilize before you fire. But today's war, you don't have time for all this. Now, if you don't have time for this, you need to be actually measuring very precisely at any given instance what a precise position of the platform is and incorporate it into your fire control. Also incorporate the precise muzzle velocity of each and every shot and start improving, and all this is happening without a human intelligence. Now, when you do that, you start seeing that your third or fourth shot starts becoming extremely accurate. And that's essentially where, welcome to the world of, call it very serious level of automation, but a lot is without any human intervention. Not everything is programmed. And that's essentially where AI starts coming in. In industry today, when we start talking of AI in defense, we start talking of varieties of platforms. And a very simple example would be when you build a major platform, there are thousands and thousands of sensors within, and you need to be able to take a call of what can fail when, and you start monitoring. And that monitoring by itself, through analysis, can tell you what is likely to be happening and take that action so that you're not caught with a surprise that the equipment was not good enough. Simple thing we do in military is about intruder. When an intruder is there, to be able to decide whether it's a human, whether it's an animal, because a human being is capable of walking on 4 legs. I mean, 2 hands and 2 legs. And to be able to precisely say that it's not an animal and it's something else, obviously, the only thing you don't do is you don't auto shoot. And the auto shoot being kept out, obviously to say to the operator who is monitoring that this is precisely a kind of time you need your attention, and that attention is precisely what today AI systems can do. I can talk of dozens and dozens of examples because as Larsen & Toubro, a very simple thing. we keep dealing with thousands of large EPC contract being a very large organization. When contract to contract the clause changes, then AI actually tells you what you need to be wary in terms of risk. I'm talking of completely different domain, but that's essentially where you start learning before the contract begins, right at an RFP stage, that do you need to be wary of certain specific clauses, and that's something which happens. Industry 4.0 we know, and of course Industry 4.0 also means in process, while the equipment or let's say a subsystem or a component is being manufactured, you want to know whether it's going to be good, it's going to be distorting, it's going to be out of tolerance, and you better know it before, otherwise you produce it and you reject it. Now that's a domain which we see an enormous amount of use, and it as much applies to the military domain as it applies to any other manufacturing. We have seen that having made literally 30 cities in this country, which have been completely smart, we know that there's an enormous amount of issues. I heard a lot of questions to the previous session about the privacy, but the fact is, cities, if they have to run well, there's need to be a monitoring. And you're monitoring millions and millions of people, including face recognition, to every aspect of that person. And from there, I can tell you a simple application of it in terms of just an organizational operation. Can you automate their salaries? If a man has just walked into the gate and come to the office, you can actually note his presence and his salary automatically gets processed. And these are something which is happening. At L&T today, we actually do something which is very unusual. Every organization talks of human count. We say, no, human count is not good enough. Along with human count, we must count our bots. If we count our bots, that's essentially where you gain a very different level of capability, because that's a bot which essentially doesn't ask anything. It keeps performing, it keeps working, and it keeps on giving an alert just in case something is going wrong. The COVID, we're still passing through the trailing phase of COVID. I can tell you there are hundreds and hundreds of applications for COVID. If two people are seated next to each other and just walking, you can actually tell a person, you're too close to the other person. And this is happening in real time. You're able to tell that the person next is running a high fever. And all this is with AI. You fly a drone and keep telling people with a speaker on the drone that what is happening right now is not right. There's too much of concentration of people, there's too much of concentration of, let's say, people with a body temperature which is beyond limits, or people who are coughing or any of those kind of things. Now, these are all cues one can take out of what the person is performing through video analytics and through the AI engine, which essentially is going to be able to tell precisely what is to be done. Simplest form in operation on supply chain of major military program that we've been running, we find that automating your inventory supply chain becomes an amazing application. The moment your supplies are below next 2 days of production, automatically an order gets placed and an urgency level is raised, and that's all on auto AI. I mean, it's all AI. So today when we start talking of applying AI to the industry specific to defense or associated functions, it's truly happening. It's truly happening right across domains. As I said, it's varieties of autonomous kind of applications. As an organization today, we actually have a warship which can be converted into an autonomous warship. We have underwater vessels which are autonomous, and we talked about it about 3 defect posts back in terms of a completely autonomous vehicle, just senses Google coordinates through GPS, you know what exactly it is supposed to do, and all they exist today. Unmanned systems have always been known, but unmanned with an AI gives a very, very special ability, because we believe that the future of war, when we are talking, is going to be far standoff distances, far more automated, and there's very little somebody can do in the form of a human intervention. What stage we actually draw an attention of a soldier or the commander, or at what stage it will do, let's say, engaging on its own, is a matter which obviously is for the military leadership to truly decide, because depends on what terrain, what place, what kind of a background with which you are doing, which will make all the difference. I can go on and on. I have about 1.5 pages of simple, just 1 point written on that, but maybe more during the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patil. You have raised certain points, how the military can have trust on the industry, and the way you have shown, and it is for our services to look at it, that how they can engage with the industry. There are steps, various steps which have been taken by the services, and I think more steps needs to be taken. Now I would request Ms. Vrinda Kapoor, who is the youngest champion startup, to share her views on the industry perspective, how to get engaged with the Indian military.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for having me here today. To bring it back to one of the issues that sir was talking about and that got raised in the previous panel as well, is that when it comes to the military providing or interacting with data, providing data to both the private sector as well as academia, we really face a conundrum. It's not just the data that's sensitive, it's also the context in which applications have to be built or platforms have to be utilized that is sensitive. So the question is it just the data, or is it the entire continuum, the entire concept of operations that needs to be held in a lot of regard and needs to be handled in a sensitive way for this to exist? And so this, I think, comes back to a policy imperative that we really need to think about, because this is only going to increase. This is the beginning of a journey where there needs to be a digital continuum between the academia, the R&D institutions like DRDO, the military itself, which includes operational data, startups and large companies. And we need to figure out a way to have that continuum of sharing of information across these lines. That's where we're going to emerge with a solution where in the end, everybody is able to contribute a piece of their input to finally serve the warfighter in an operational environment. There are going to be various degrees of how this data needs to be shared, various degree of sensitivity, various degrees of integration of that information with the product that the warfighter uses. But do we need it? Absolutely. So one way of thinking about it is that data gets shared off premises into locations where there is control. The other way of doing it is to allow private sector individuals or R&D individuals to come into operation centers or areas where data is held and study it, analyze it, create concepts out of it before it can be shared more widely in the industry. So those are two things that we need to think about. The second, and I believe, so this is a fundamental problem that we are going to see as we take up AI solutions in the Indian context, is creating interoperability of data. We have data coming in from various different platforms that are designed to never talk to each other. And ultimately, for us to enable AI, we need to think about how this data can be allowed to talk to each other. So we have Russian platforms, we have platforms that have been developed by DRDO, we have platforms that have been developed by Indian industry, coming from Indian startups, and then of course we have NATO systems. For AI, let's look at, for example, an air command and control center. For that to effectively work in any one theater, all of those different sensors need to have a platform where they interact with each other. Now that's something that nobody is going to build and give us. It is, it kind of defeats their business case, but it's also something that's critical for us as we choose to use AI. So that's really another place where Indian industry really needs to play a major part and innovate. And the third thing, and I think because AI is so, as Mr. Patil pointed out, there are so many applications of AI that can come up across the defense ecosystem. Everywhere from the sensing part, like remote sensing as Mr. Bajpai was talking about, all the way up into command and control applications where Dr. Rakshit was talking about in the morning. We need AI across this entire continuum. We need to actually segregate and divide and conquer. Large industries can take up a lot of what has already been built, what has been developed in the last decade, and implement them. whereas small industries and startups can work along with DRDO in the more cutting edge of AI, along with the entire academic potential that we have in the country, to start thinking about what could be required in the next generation. So those are the areas that I think that, we need to think about policy imperatives, and also one thing that we miss out continuously is that continuum. How do the armed forces interact with each of the entities in this continuum and deliver a final solution that our warfighters can actually use? Thank you.
Thank you, Vrinda. You have raised a very important point, that is how all can contribute to a same goal. That is very important for all of us, because we all are working in AI, but at some point of time we become, in our individual domain, then we work. You have also raised the point of the how, means to mention about the sensitivity of the context, sensitivity of data, degree of its sensitivity, and then policy. Certainly means that is very much essential. And today's sessions will lead to some policy formulation, and I think all the suggestions which are being given, which have been given in all the 3 sessions, that will become the part of the policies. Thank you, Vrinda. Next, I would like to request Commodore Ajay Sharma from Bharat Forge.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I am the only one in the panel who is ex-defense, and also now 27 years in defense, and thereafter 8 years in private, corporate. So I would like to give both sides perspective, and let's see where it fits in. Now, first of all, in the morning, Honorable Raksha Mantri also said, and the many panels thereafter, that what has changed. Why the warfare thinking in the defense has to be a modern warfare. Earlier also systems were there were fixed systems, but what has changed is earlier systems used to behave the way they were coded for. But now, with AI coming in, these systems can become intelligent and can take their own decisions. So that is the whole plan which is changing and which needs a total rethinking. Earlier systems, what were built upon, were basically thinking some limited targets, known targets. Now we are talking about swarms of UAVs. And suddenly, and they are also intelligent enough, they can change their behavior depending on how the counter things are happening. So what is to be done on that? Now, why this is being given that much importance? Because 20 countries are following a national strategies on AI. It is also called as the 4th industrial revolution, because all of us are trying to understand that this AI in the defense, like I said earlier also systems were there, but there was always a man in loop. But the way AI is going to evolve tomorrow, and will have the capability, a man can be taken out of the loop, and systems can take their own decisions and can take on themselves. Like I gave you an example of swarms. Now, if swarms start controlling themselves and you just give them the target and they find, and you create some safety features in them, if you want to keep a man in loop, but the intelligence will build up that much that even that safety factors which a person has created in those UAVs or in the swarms, they can overlook and they can overpass on that. So this is where the things are going on. This is why it is being discussed upon that warfare philosophy and everything is going to change as we move forward. One thing also, now this AI is not a new concept. What we know of is it's almost 2-3 decades, minimum 30 years old concept. But why we are talking now and suddenly it has caught the attendance of everybody? Because it is not only AI along with the robotics and also the ICs, chips have become so cheap and more in a very small size. Now the concepts are going on that I can have a contact lens where by just blinking, I can have the whole data available with me. Now you imagine in the war scenario, when from the top echelon to the soldier level, if everybody is well connected and I have the information, where is my soldier, where is my own decision making, and it takes a total different concept now. And information sharing, all that information processing, it is not possible, was not possible earlier. But now with the AI, it is possible to handle such large amount of data. It was not that earlier exercises was not being undertaken, both from Army, Navy and Air Force side. But the data collated was on a singular basis, and it was that by the time you could build up intelligence out of that data, the situation would have already changed, the way morning Deputy Chief of Army Staff said. But now with the AI, you can process it much faster, decisions can be eminent and can be given there. That's what is bringing us on here, that why we have to take it that seriously. Also, I think we should not link up AI only in defense. AI has to be seen with the civil applications. Now, I'll tell you now, like I gave you an example, that technology is moving towards that side. In a contact lens, I can have, now what is the next to the internet? Next to the internet is the brain waves, like somebody spoke in the morning. It means by my thinking, I can find out what is going to happen, and I can talk even if I'm not able to talk, and that information flows in a very collated manner, in a network manner. Now, how does it help us? Even in the civil parlance, now suppose, like what Mr. Patil gave an example, purchase orders and those type of things will happen. Now suppose somebody gives me a quote, and I don't know, has he given me up quote, low quote, or was it genuine? But by click of that information available with me, I can find out what the rates are there all over. And that's how it strengthens the case, both in the civil application, also in the military applications for our procurement, for our surveillance. Also, we are talking about robo-soldiers now, robotic soldiers. Imagine, like whatever has been our limitation of a person in the war scenario, if it goes out with a robo, there, it demands a change in the warfare, what we are going to look into. How he is going to control, till what level we are going to control them, how suppose it comes to a stage when they are taking charge, it is also thought about by the experts, that time, person, man and human being have to do hand in glove with them if they exceed our intelligence, which they have already exceeded on that side. Now, I'll just talk about industry point of view. I have certain statistics. In India, before coming here, there were about 20,000 plus startups already available in India on AI. Now, how does it make us different? Like some of the students ask the questions, what is my job? Am I going more job or not? These type of things. AI is the actual thing, the way things are going on. Now, why so? Because in each, like what Mr. Patil said, all defense systems are going to have a flavor of AI because it improves the efficacy, operational efficacies of those systems. Like even in our company, we started with unmanned ground vehicle, autonomous vehicles. We are working on lots of autonomous underwater systems. We are also working on object detection and tracking. What we realized that if we made one remote control weapon system. First we did tracking using conventional coding. And there, if a remote control weapon system is tracking a UAV or a person, that person goes behind the target. Using the conventional coding, we realized that we used to miss that target. Whereas with the AI, that intelligence, historical data is already built in, it improves that, and we were able to track even if a target goes behind. So those type of things are, value addition which is going to happen on AI, but how we utilize it in the subsequent things, that we have to take on. One question from the industry side which I would like to raise, and there was a question asked on, like we are aware, AI systems, models, they train on the data what is being provided. Instead of commercial, on the defense side, sharing of that data is very important, because we also have to understand on any AI system, if you train it with the wrong data, it can be detrimental also, and it will not yield the results what are desirable. So sharing, we need to find out a mechanism. Like I'll tell you, we are working with on certain language translation systems, where again requirement of field data is very important. Finally, I'm saying all Army and Navy, they were very helpful in sharing that data. But maybe as a system, not as a case-to-case basis, we must find out a mechanism where this sharing of data And we are also, Indian companies only. Maybe a mechanism can be found out, because if you don't share the data, the system will not evolve based on that. That's what is my first comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commodore Ajay Sharma. You have raised points related to faster decision making, and also regarding the dual products which relate to dual uses. Now may I request Mr. Sumit Hazra from Honeywell India to share his thoughts on this.
After I heard Mr. Patil and Commodore speak, and Dr. Akshit hasn't even started, I'm kind of reminded of an old Greek comment. It says, it's good to be silly at the right moment. They have covered most of the salient points, but I'll still kind of try to see if there's something I can bring up. See, all through morning, we have had different panels trying to chalk out the role of AI in defense, and some civil applications has come up. And I think the faculty member from IIT Delhi said it right. It's that it's a tool and it's not an end in itself. It's somewhere which it's in between, somewhere like the application layer of that whole networking thing. So you start off with the hardware, as Commodore mentioned, which is typically a control system. Any military hardware at a very broad chain pulley level can be called a damper level called a control system. You move on to that, from there to sensors. From sensors, we are going to data management, and from there, algorithms, intelligence. Nowadays, certain, for example, at Honeywell, we have used quantum computing. We have built a quantum computer. We have used quantum computing to enhance that intelligence, or rather the computation from that intelligence. And then you essentially move from asset AI to enterprise AI, because for the military, eventually, the whole enterprise AI is relevant. Typically, just tracking one unit, one drone, one tank, one artillery gun is not a concept. But I think as data is important, I think it can be definitely worked out. And I speak from a foreign OEM, so I am more sensitive to the sharing part of the data that Commodore mentioned, or Mr. Patil also mentioned. And I think AI is one of the safest partnering tools with Indian entities, Indian companies, Indian startups, Indian academia, and they then, in turns talk to the military end user. In today's world, there are enough levels of abstraction that have been created or that can be created. And one of the safest, I say, is because it does not create, and these are sensitive topics, it does not create workforce utilization tensions. If I want to make an engine, and if I want to share the making of an engine with an entity, his workforce is engaged in making, let's say, 50% of the engine. The workforce makes castings, makes impellers, makes stator turbines, and all of that. If I just want to sell an engine, that workforce typically doesn't do anything from a Make in India perspective. In AI, cyber, or even quantum applications, I think the skill of the likes of, we saw the presentation from Bharat Electronics and the likes. I think the likes of DPSUs have a very clear-cut role where other OEMs who have had these kind of experiences dovetail. For example, we are a company which does both defense as well as we do non-connected industrial applications. We have gas metering, smart gas metering and smart metering systems in almost all the top oil refineries, starting from Aramco, Reliance, and all of that. Can that not be extended to the EDs? Can it not be extended to the BRD? Can it not be extended to the whole network of BRDs? As Mr. Patil mentioned about supply chain management, can that BRD, EDs stock not be connected with flight hours of the fleet? It can be. It needs some work. We haven't arrived yet, but therein I think lies the scope of partnership. I think the confidentiality element of data is understood across all industries for various reasons. Aadhaar data is confidential for certain reasons, your bank passwords are confidential for certain reasons, military data is also confidential for its own reason. So I think there are protocols or there are policies, there are enough amount of deterrent policies that are in there which can take care of that. What I think is the missing element in the whole discussion is, I think both the end user, the Indian partner, and the foreign entity, foreign OEM, etc., whoever has the skills, they have to sit on the same table and define the requirement and the solution of it. Again, not just on the asset part, but more on the enterprise part, because eventually that whole broad topic called network-centric warfare is nothing but enterprise management of how you are fighting the enemy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit. Very valid point that we need to move from asset AI to enterprise AI. It is well mentioned in your brief, what you have indicated, what you have just mentioned right now. Now, last in the industry, I would request Mr. Anurup Iyengar from Cognate.
So I think the last speaker's job is always the most difficult one. I'll try to be pointed, and sir, with your permission, I'll also probably be a little prescriptive, speaking out of some experience. So there are some notes that I made as my fellow panelists were making comments, and we executed a very interesting project for a tri-services command and the ADB. This is a translation device which relies on field data. And we've kind of lived through this. It's been a lived experience over the last 5 years, because getting the data out itself is such a huge problem, and the data, of course, doesn't come to the organization. It is given in some secure location. And the biggest challenge is this: because it is so highly secure from a very physical perspective, the velocity of execution takes a big hit. So what could have been done in probably, say, 18 months becomes a 36 months project. And what it does is it kind of balloons the cost. Many a times, it kinds of derails some of your plans that you have. Because on the ground, when you're trying to interface with the Fauji's, the challenge that is there it's very different when you're talking to officers. So having lived through this experience through 2016 and 2018, we had actually presented and shared a suggestion to the then RM, which is a concept of a public-private data lake. So that's where, and my suggestions and comments would be to both MOD officials here and the serving officers. Is there only legal ways to protect data? I would say the answer is no. There are sufficient technological things that have happened in the last 3 or 4 years. One such paradigm is what is referred to as confidential computing. People were speaking about privacy and those kind of concerns, but signing NDAs and signing legal documents is important, but I do believe it's not good enough. Some of you may know this, there is a very nice service launched by AWS. You can go look it up. My memory fails me. You can just say AWS and privacy preserving compute. So you have a mechanism where they create 2 clusters. See, when an entity shares data, the model that gets created also is very important for the entity which is creating the model. What about the sanctity and security of the model? Because that is the bread and butter of that entity. Now, how do you kind of create a mechanism where both exchange of model and exchange of data can happen in a very secure way? So AWS has a service. Good news is there is a Desi company based in Bangalore called, it's a dear friend, so I'm not marketing for him, but yes, he has done some good work. Eder.io, check them out. So they do essentially privacy preserving AI. My take is this, having seen some of these problems, I would say that going the federated learning route is probably the way to go about doing things. Federation has been in the works for the last 3 or 4 years. We have experimented with it with some of our work. I can't claim that we have got it right. For example, one of our translator devices, it's only a box which goes to the to the border, but then there is a 3-layer system where the data is collected and it comes back to the central location for training. So, sir, my recommendations or my asks of MOD and the serving officers, if you can probably look at confidential computing and federation, this is probably one way of looking at solving how do you give out data to third parties without having to be worried about anonymization or de-identification, because execution and timeliness and not having cost overruns are also very important. End of the day, as industry, we want working products, we want revenues, and if delays happen, they take a big hit. Also, from a very secondary perspective, once data comes in, fine, you got the first set of data and you have trained your first model. The journey doesn't end there, it actually begins there, because the model is a living, breathing organism. And there is also what is referred to as model drift. You have deployed a model and it starts seeing new data, and it's actually, you might have deployed it saying, hi, it's 85%, but over time you start seeing that the model performance starts dropping. Why? Because it's seeing new kind of data. And what do you do in such kind of situations? So the software industry had something called as DevOps. Software engineers are very familiar with DevOps, and in the last 3 years, MLOps or machine learning operations has become very popular. So there is an urgent need, sir, if you ask me, if we can create a troika where there is a public-private data lake, which can be probably created in, say, one of the, say, the IITs or the PSUs, where Army, Air Force, Navy can bring in their data and they know that it is a location that they control, and MOD has a say on top of it. That would be, a very great start. And from a very technology perspective, see, of course, technology is not the only answer to all these problems, but it's a very important, part of the solution. Approaches like confidential computing and federated learning, where you can make it as a part of the framework. Maybe it can be taken up as an IDEX or a TDF project. Thank you for your, patience hearing.
Thank you, Anurup. You have raised 2 points, that is having public-private database or data links and model for exchange of data. That is very important point, and means that may lead to confidentiality and confidential computing and federation, all these things you have mentioned. I have kept our DRDO representative, Dr. Subrat Rakshit, who has spoken in the first session. I have kept him in the last because he is already working with our services. He is also working with industry. So I think he is the right person to give replies to the points raised by, or mention something about the points raised by our industry partners. Dr. Subrat Rakshit, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So, actually I was writing down stuff, and it will be probably something like that. See, so the one thing was that as DRDO, we interact with industry as an upstream partner who's doing some development contract for us, giving us some components. Once the project becomes mature, then industry also plays a downstream partner. We give them the TOT and they take it to field and do the proliferation. Now the question is, what is going on? I mean, could we then just, factor ourselves out of it and short circuit the whole thing? Even in conventional thing, there was a risk management involved why DRDO had to get in, and I'm seeing it even more so for AI. So in the case of AI, there are 2 risks. One is a technical risk, one is a business risk. So the technical risk in AI is that there is a very late discovery of exactly the precise nature of the challenge and the problem you are solving. So you could be a speech processing expert or a text processing expert or a neural net classifier building expert. But all that notwithstanding, and any prior work you have done notwithstanding, when you are more than halfway into the project, then finally the real data will get unleashed on you. And either your AI works or it doesn't. Now, I will get to the various components of it later on, but that is a late in the day technical risk that you will face. So now if there is a startup or any of these smaller industries who are putting their hands up for it, and then they are in a bit of a dodgy state as far as the technical risk is concerned, then yes, we can always as DRDO step in and kind of boost them over the threshold or give the benefit of some extra man hours and equipment from our side to try and boost things up. So that is one role that we play, and why us serving as an integrator for all these IDEX and TDF is the way the government is thinking about it. Now, having done it, we are however not the persons to really do a scale up. We don't
take supply orders, we issue supply orders, so the army or the navy can't give us an order directly in any case. So therefore then we have to do a TOT to some industry, and it could be a DPSU, it could be an industry partner, L&T has worked with CARE, so as well. And they are the ones who would go and do the proliferation. Now, when you are taking an AI solution and going in, it's very different from, let's say, you're taking a gun or a tank and going in. Because an AI solution is going to hit the human beings. Now, do they like that AI? Are they insecure about it? Do they feel that they thought that it would be working less, but now training the AI is looking like even more work to them? These would all lead to business failures. Your AI may be working fine technically, but whether you are getting a recipient organization to accept the disruption because of that AI, as opposed to the textbook benefit of AI that had been sold to them. See, these things need a bit of working. It's not that it won't work, it will work, and eventually happiness will prevail. But instead of being a quick 2-month event, it might well have turned out to be a 1-year event. Now, that is still a business risk if you are, not having enough margins. Not everybody is as robust as Bell, which is why we love Bell. We always take them on because they don't complain. But eventually we want to get the thing streamlined enough that even other companies can painlessly deal with that business risk part of it. So that's a continuum that was being suggested between the small companies to the big companies to absorb some of the risks. Another thing is ultimately the industry wants to get paid. Now, whether it's a startup, whether it's a big company. Paid means you need to have a costing model. Now here again, to address an elephant in the room, you need to effectively convince North Block and South Block. Now, so far, early on what we did is we took this bill of materials approach, right? So, there'd be some parts from Poland, parts from England, parts from Russia. The bill of material came to something, slap on 10% and you got the cost going. No big, accountant could have done your costing for you. It got only slightly better when we went to software. Now we started billing people for man months. Oh, it's like so many function pointer analysis, kilo lines of code, so much blood and sweat, 20,000 man months, therefore so many crores of bill. What are you going to do for AI? Once in a way there might be a DGX server, but that bill of material cannot be padded enough to pay all the scientists or engineers' salary. Now you come to the man month. A brain-dead person working for a long time coming up with a bad solution is hardly the one who should be getting more money. So there's an inherent contradiction. How do you pay for brilliance? So it comes down to IPR. Now the only way IPR gets costed is if you appeal to market dynamics and say in the market what was the cost. Now in market has determined the cost means it has already sold somewhere else. Somebody took the business risk, bought something, did something. If you are talking about first in the type in the world, India doing something, Atmanirbharta, you can't now say, I will buy something that has been selling for 10 years in the NATO market. So somewhere or the other, I suspect, for AI to make money, we need to cross this bridge. How do we metric an IPR solution as a utility to the end user? It cannot be my Rona Dhona that, oh, I spent so much money on materials and I spent so much money on manpower. You will have to make an argument based on your customer benefited what from the solution being sold. And we have to carry that argument through North Block and South Block. It's not going to be easy. Till then, DRDO will give all the contracts and try to keep things going. We don't want anybody getting burnt in the bargain. But you would have to join DRDO and come up with a rational way of dealing with IPR for AI products. Without that, this party is not going to get started. Now, these are the two big things. There's also the question of proliferation and employment. Somebody asked. My view is that AI is going to be the next thing. First you had something going from electromechanical to, let's say, diodes and computer based. So the ICT part kicked in. No sooner had you had it electronics and hardware defined, then software kicked in, and then the thing went into software. So AI will do to software what software did to hardware. Eventually everything will be AI defined. What happened when we were going through those transitions? The Y2K sucked every second class degree student off the campus. Same thing happened with software. So I don't really think why AI should not be like that. And you look at India's position and strength. We have got huge HR assets. We are 1 billion and good fraction of them are well educated and maybe not having a good job. So expanding that HR is not going to be a problem. Where we have had problems is where a huge capex was required. Let's say you're setting up a silicon foundry plant somewhere and it costs a huge amount of money. Now we have a bottleneck. But why should paying salary on a monthly basis, which is effectively an OPEX for any industry, become such a problem? Rather, we should look upon it as a solution. I mean, this is the sector that is made for India as much as software was a sector made for India. If we don't make a killing here and take the battle abroad and corner the international market, what are we doing? So, whatever may be the effect everywhere else, in India at least it should be good. And even in terms of software, see, you have products like, say, operating systems and database. One company makes it and dominates the market. AI is not going to be like that. There is not a voice AI.exe that he makes it and he's out of business. Nothing like that. If there are 2 customers there, he goes and services one customer, he'll find he has to put in that bigger team for the next customer, so he's run out of his people, he will get a business and get it. So, this is going to be something where the human resource part of it is going to dominate, not your huge back-end infrastructure, and so therefore industry is best prepared to hire the requisite number of people and go ahead. Only thing is, yes, we have to get, as I said, the costing model right, we have to get the technical and business risk management right, and then we got a real good play going. So on that happy note, I'll leave it to the moderator to take us to lunch.
Thank you, Dr. Subrat Rakshit. You have given replies to a certain extent. I believe that industry would be, they have agreed to your thoughts. But if there is any other thought, I would like to request if any person or Dr. Patil would like to say something before I close. And Mr. Anurup Iyengar also has said something. He wants to say something.
You put me on a spot, but I can tell you, the entire risk is always carried by the industry, whether it's known or unknown. So I think that suffices to say, we all understand at some point in time what exactly to bid and how and justify.
Mr. Anurup Iyengar.
Well, I wanted to pick up something, completely tangential to data. And here I probably will be representing the voice of startups and MSMEs. We are a 35-man company, been in the game for a while now. The great thing is we got enabled by PSA's office, and then we got, enabled through TDF, DRDO, and then, a couple of things going through in IDEX. And I would probably guess that is going to, now somebody, the speaker in the morning made a case that, we really are in a so-called blue ocean. The number of problems that are there to be solved is so much, and the number of people to solve it are actually much lesser. Now, my sense is, sir, that, as this ship rolls on, as this, moves further, there will be more and more startups winning multiple contracts and multiple such kind of mechanisms. And the way, TDF and IDEX they're all structured, I believe that there is a very important need for creating a JAM equivalent for startups and MSMEs. I think what the JAM did was it made the unbankable bankable and giving them credit worthiness. Today, on top of a TDF and an IDEX, if I go to a bank, nobody will honor me. So unless and until, good news is that, front leaders like, Newspace and IdeaForge, they've gone and raised money, which is actually very heartening for us. It tells that, the VC ecosystem is slowly, fledgling. But this is a real problem. Some kind of a JAM Trinity equivalent for, startups and MSMEs must be thought
of. Thank you, Mr. Anurup. Your points well taken. Now, there are actually 2 models which are available right now. One is DRDO model, another is IDEX route, which is little liberal. Third model, which he has mentioned just now, JAM model, something like that. Overall, I'm sure that industry and the startups from this platform have clearly indicated that to the services that have confidence on them, they are working for the country. So that message should spread across, and I'm sure that in coming days we will work together, because it is Indian industry which is also working for economy. This is our services who are working for safety of the nation. On the top of it, the policy reforms where we come as Ministry of Defense, all the recommendations in all the 3 sessions have been taken note of, and we will be working on the policies and develop a policy framework very soon with involvement of our services and industry on the basis of these recommendations. I thank all panelists present here who have contributed a lot and given us an insight on the industry perspective. I would also thank from this platform, because this is the last session, to all the participants here, ambassadors, high commissioners, officials from services, from ministries, academics, academia, students, industry partners, media, and all whom I have left. I am thankful on behalf of Ministry of Defense to all of you for their great participation and making it a grand success. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I would request DGQA, Mr. R.K. Malhotra, to honor our panelists with the mementos. He is Director General, Quality Assurance. Thank you.
To come up on stage for a group photograph.